Bingo. All right, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? The title of today's discussion is The Illusion of Rejection and the Sovereignty of Vision. Okay? First off, we're going to talk about rejection and how rejection is absolutely meaningless. Matter of fact, everything that you see in reality is meaningless. The circumstances are meaningless. The people are meaningless until you give them meaning. All right? Now, let's also talk about this because this is going to help kind of set the tone for this discussion. When it comes to this reality creation space, there are no rules. The only rule is that everything is God. Okay? Everything is God. Therefore, everything that you say is you organizing God into your reality, into your life. So everything that you say is a declaration of how you want things to be. Not even how you want things to be. Everything that you say is how things are in your reality. You can't speak for anyone else. You can only speak for you. Your reality will always follow the laws that you set. This is why it's so important to start studying your story. What is the story that you're telling about reality? Are you telling a story that is difficult to get women, difficult to get men, but that's what you want? Why? Are you telling a story that money's difficult to get, but that's what you want? Why? Are you telling the story that you have to walk around like a robot and monitor every emotion to get what you want? Why? Are you even telling the story that you have to monitor every thought to get what you want? Why? 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 This is an important question to begin to ask yourself. Why am I holding this belief? If this belief makes it difficult, why am I holding on to it? All right, it's a very, very powerful question for you to ask. Why do I believe this? Who did I hear it from? If I believe this and my life was to follow this rule, would I like it? Would I be happy? All right? And from there, now you have a solid baseline where you can actually walk through life and confront the things that you want. There are no rules. The only rule is there are no rules. The only rule is that everything is just a story that you're making up. We're always just sitting around making up stories about shit. Right? Oh, I have to control my emotions. I have to do this. I have to do that. All made up stories. Subconscious mind. Nervous system regulation. Got to control your emotions. Got to control your thoughts. Got to do this. Got to do that. It's all make-believe. None of this shit matters. The only thing that matters is what you say it is. It's what you say it is. All right? So let's get into it. The illusion of rejection and the sovereignty of vision. All right? So the shadow called rejection. Good day, good day, good day, good day. All right? The shadow called rejection. Rejection is not the end of your story. Okay? It is not the seal of fate upon your life, but only the shadow cast by one passing thought, one fleeting vision. It is not reality itself, but a fragment, a mirror reflecting only the angle from which you once looked. Rejection, acceptance, it's the same thing. It's just a different perspective of who? Of your divine ass. Rejection and acceptance are simply the same side, different sides of the same illusion. The only thing that is different is your perspective of them. I know it feels real. I know it hurts your little feelings. But when you stand in the middle of the storm and you declare, I am perfection no matter what, I am always chosen no matter what, guess what? Reality has to conform. Rejection is only an illusion. It's only real when what? When who makes it real? Who determines if rejection is real or not? You do. You do. When you sit around and cry and bitch and whine and moan and say, it's never working out, why is this happening? It's taking 6 months. That's the reality you're creating. But when you say all that and then at the end you say, no, I am the perfection within whatever circumstance. Situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect. So the situation must be unfolding absolutely perfectly. Boom. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, cool. All right, so to make rejection your truth is to take the shadow for the substance, the echo for the sound. But spirit whispers, you are not the shadow. You are the light that cast it. Reality is just unfolding through you. You are the light that casts the shadow of reality that you walk through. Here we go. When you mistake rejection as absolute, You consent to a lie. You consent to an illusion that there is only one path, one person, one reflection capable of mirroring love back to you. Yet eternity holds infinite mirrors, and every one waits to reveal a different facet of who you are. To bow before the verdict of rejection is to surrender your crown, forgetting that it is your vision that alters the world. Let me say this in a little less poetic way. Let me be a little bit more straightforward. Okay? To make rejection the end of your story, okay? To bow to rejection is to make a false idol of something out there. It is to forget that you are divinity. You are the source, right? You are the sun in your reality. Everything else is just the stars, just the planets. It's to give up your power, basically. It's to say, here you go. You're my daddy now. I'll be your son. Whenever you just consent to rejection, you are saying you are bigger than me. You are more powerful than me. You are more important than me. You are more divine than me. That is what you are saying. Okay? That is what you are saying. All right, so eternity holds infinite mirrors, and everyone waits to reveal a different facet of who you are. To bow before the verdict of rejection is to surrender your crown, forgetting that it is your vision that alters the world. Christ, representing your I am awareness, declared, the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of God is within you, right? Luke 17:21. To believe otherwise is to bow before externals and forget your throne. It's to forget your throne, right? You are not the echo of the world's story. You are the author from whom it springs. You are the author, not the echo. Okay? You are the author of the story, not the echo. Okay? So, let's talk about rejection a little bit. Let's talk about rejection, okay? What is rejection? Let me give you my definition of rejection, okay? Rejection is you pretending that the middle of the story is the end. That's what rejection is. It is pretending that the middle of the story, what I see today, is the end. We will say, oh yeah, Alex, I'm in the end. Oh yeah, I have this person. Oh, I have this money. I have this thing. And then one little thing just comes and slaps you across the head. And all of a sudden it's, oh, how do I deal with the unfavorable circumstances? What do you mean, the unfavorable circumstance? What is an unfavorable circumstance? Is it what you want yet? No. Okay, well, it's just unfolding still. That's it. It is just unfolding still. The situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect. So the situation must be unfolding perfectly. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's just what it is. This is law. The situation is what I say it is. What is unfavorable? Because it doesn't look right to you? Okay. Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer that everything looks perfect to you, or that you actually get what you want? Which one do you want? Which one do you want? If you had to choose one or the other, to get what you want, or that everything looked perfect on the way there, which one would you choose? You'd probably choose both. I get it. I get it. But let's say if everything looks perfect, you don't get what you want, versus getting what you want and everything looks unpredictable. Which one would you pick? You would pick getting what you want. That's the bottom line here. All right. Sometimes we act like we are more addicted, more attached to how the story looks than how the story ends. Which one do you want? All right. Go to the end and sit your ass down there. Stay there and allow everything to unfold and work itself out for you. Cool. All right. So abundance is sovereignty and not submission. Abundance. Abundance is sovereignty and not submission. Right? You don't submit to the external circumstances. You are sovereign. You are God in your reality. All right? Love is not earned, nor is it won by striving. To strive for another's approval is to kneel at the altar of lack. To strive for another's approval is to kneel at the altar of lack, as though your worth were held hostage by their blindness. Hear this. Let me say this one more time. To strive for another's approval is to kneel at the altar of lack, as though your worth were held hostage by their blindness. But abundance does not plead, it reigns. Abundance does not beg, it decrees. When you walk into an orchard, to a garden, you do not argue with the barren tree or try to force the bitter branch to sweeten. Right? You don't go stand in front of the vine with no grapes and beg for it to, hell no, you just go pick the vine with the grapes, right? You move to the tree that already blooms with ripe fruit and reach out your hand. Infinite versions of love await you. Infinite versions of them already exist. Which one you behold, which one you choose is determined not by quote unquote fate, but by your sovereignty of vision, your ability to stay sovereign in your choice or submit to what you don't want. You are always choosing. Life is just a collection of choices, choice after choice after choice. Are you free? Are you sovereign? Or are you submitting to reality? Which one are you doing? You know which one you're doing. Pay attention to your stories. If you are sitting around telling me, well, Alex, man, I've been doing everything and nothing's changed for 6 months. Guess what you are doing? You are submitting to reality. Reality is your dom. And you are a good little sub. All right? Remember who you are, y'all. Remember who you are. You are the source. You are the creator. You are the one who chooses. You are the storyteller. You are the author, the editor, the publisher, the main character. You are the screenwriter. You give the scripts to every single person in the play. Everybody is waiting for you. They can, look, everybody, okay? People can only reject you. They can only sit in that identity of rejecting you if you consent to it, if you submit to it. That's it. The situation can only reject you if you submit to it. You are sovereign. You are free. You are divine. You are whole. You are fulfillment. You are perfect. You are radiant. You are divinity, prosperity, the perfect image of God, the identity of God. You are the intersection of divinity and identity. Okay? Here we go. So Matthew 7:7 says what? Ask and it shall be given. Seek and ye shall find, right? It doesn't say ask and it might be given. It doesn't say seek and you may find. It says ask and it shall be given, seek and ye shall find. This is not command to beg, but invitation to choose. When we go through scripture, all we see is a whole bunch of manifestation content. Christ banging people over the head saying choose, pick one. Pick one. Old Testament, we see people choosing which way to go, choosing the path of beauty or the path of bitterness, choosing the path of sovereignty or the path of submission, to select the fruit already ripe, to feast in the orchard of abundance, right? This is what you do when you begin to choose beauty, choose your story, right? So the garden remembered. We talked about the Garden of Eden in so many different ways, right? At least 8 or 9 different ways. We talked about different metaphors of the Garden of Eden. But we're going to talk about, I have visited this metaphor before. But we're going to talk about this from the perspective of being able to choose, all right? So in Eden, every tree was already given, okay? Every stream already flowing. Yet humanity fell into duality when we reached for the tree of separation. The knowledge of good and evil. The knowledge of good and evil. Remember, so knowledge of good and evil, we're not talking about right and wrong. We're not talking about the tree of morality here. We're talking about human judgment. Because morality is based on the individual's judgment. What the individual has went through, what the individual has seen, where the individual was born, how the individual was raised, right? Morality is very loose. It flows from person to person. It'd be very rare to find 2 people that agree on every single thing, okay? Morality is very, very subjective, right? So humanity fell into duality when we reached for the tree of separation, the knowledge of good and evil, the judgment that divides love from rejection, acceptance from denial. We forgot the wholeness that already was. Man, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, my brother. I truly, truly appreciate that gift, man. Thank you. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. All right, we all in this game together. Thank you. Okay? So to chase after the one who does not choose you is to bite again into that fruit of duality. Remember, so when we talk about the tree of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we talk about it from this metaphysical sense. We talk about it from the perspective of actually choosing, all right? Remember, Adam and Eve were in the garden. They could choose to eat from whatever. Think about this in a reality creation space. You are in union with Source. You can choose whatever reality you want. Okay, I can choose whatever version, whatever tree, whatever version of anyone that I want. Okay, remember Adam, what was Adam's task? Adam's task was to name the animals, to name everything. He had dominion. What does this mean? You have dominion over earth. What does naming the animals represent? Because Adam represents the conscious mind. If we talk about it from this metaphysical perspective, Adam represents the conscious mind. So Adam can walk out and do what? He can say, this is a cat, this is a dog. What do we do? How do we name everything in our reality? We say, this is good, this is bad. This is working out, that's not. This is good, I don't know about this one, right? You have the freedom to choose. So you're always walking around choosing. So in the garden, everything was good. They saw everything is perfect because they could choose. I can choose what version of this person I want. I can choose what version of this situation I want. I can choose. What happened with Florida? I can choose. Okay? So now they eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And they fall into duality. And instead of seeing everything as perfect, everything is an opportunity to choose, we begin to what? To say this is right, this is wrong, this is good, this is bad. Right? We deny ourselves of our ability to choose. When everything is perfect, because everything is just giving you an opportunity to choose something beautiful. This is the paradox, right? Is that when you walk around being so practical and logical, this is right, this is wrong, this is good, and this is bad, instead of remembering there are no rules. It's all good because it's all just leading you to a choice. It's all leading you to a choice. This is the beauty, the perfection of reality. Even the things that give you anxiety, fear, doubt, they just point you back to choose what you want. Choose what you want, right? Even the negative gets you clarity on what you want. Ask most people, define your perfect spouse. Define your perfect living situation. They will tell you it from the filter of what they don't want, what they've experienced that they don't want anymore. This is beautiful. This is poetic, right? We look at our quote unquote negative life experiences in this tragic way. When really they're just pointing us back to our divinity. You go through something negative and all of a sudden there's this inclination, this divinity that flows through you that gives you a desire. You can't pay the bill and all of a sudden you start daydreaming about prosperity. That is the Spirit of God speaking through you, wanting to experience something through your identity and saying, this is who you really are. Remember. In the moment that you start seeing that gift of desire as the fulfillment, that gift of desire as God granting you something, is God saying, remember who you are. Attach to this. See life from this perspective and allow it to all unfold. Now reality can unfold for you. Okay? You only have the desire because Source wants to experience it through you. Point blank, period. Okay? To chase after the one who does not choose you. Here we go. This one's going to be triggering. Okay? Sit down. Put your seatbelt on. Hold hands. To chase after the one who does not choose you is to bite again into that fruit of duality, believing fulfillment lies outside of yourself. I'm gonna take a breath right there. Okay? I'm gonna let y'all sit with that one. Hold hands. Yeah. I still love y'all. This is all out of love. Okay? To chase after the one who does not choose you is to bite again into that fruit of duality. Believing fulfillment lies outside of yourself. It's just grape juice, y'all. It's just grape juice. Don't worry about it. All right? But Eden was never lost. It was hidden beneath the veil of your forgetting. Right? Eden wasn't somewhere that you were truly just kicked out of. When it said it was kicked out and it was a barrier, what does that barrier represent? Where you were cast out of that womb and you come into the reality after you ate of that tree of knowledge of good and evil. You can't go back. You can't go back in the womb. And remember, right? But now you fall into forgetfulness. You are wrapped in skin, in bones, in flesh, in blood, in consciousness, right? You are wrapped in all of these things and you are dropped. And then what? You have to go through and forget. So the Garden of Eden is not about being cast out per se. It's not about punishment. It's a story of forgetfulness. You are the beloved. You're not punished for anything. You are the absolute beloved. You are not punished for anything. Okay? Eden was never lost. It was hidden beneath the veil of your forgetting. The orchard of infinite reality still blooms. Each version of love is a tree in that garden. To persist with the bitter branch is to exile yourself. Nobody's making you choose to hold on to the version of them that you don't even want anymore. Some of y'all hold on to versions of your quote unquote SPs like you want that shitty version. Like you still want the cheating version. Let that one go and call forth a different version of them. That person that you see in reality is not even the person you're going to get anymore. That person is gone. They're stuck in that reality. They're not changing. They're stuck, gone in that reality, unchanging. You're calling forth a different version of them. Why are you holding on to that version of them that you don't want? Why? Let them go like you let anybody else go. Let them go like you let anybody else go. Choose to pick. Choose a different version of them. Choose to love a different version of them, right? When we're attached to a version of someone that we don't want, trying to change them, y'all, that is not love. That is lack. Me struggling to change someone, to affirm them to change, to visualize them to change, to force them to change. This is lack. You're not loving them at all. There's nothing loving about that. What you're really saying is, no, this person is not perfect how they are. And remember, God cannot be divided. In every single version of every single person, all of God is there. And so to deny a part of anyone is to deny God. To deny anyone is to deny God, right? They have a right to exist. You just don't want them. Let them fade away and focus on the version of them that you actually want. Choose again. You always have the power to choose. You don't have the power to suppress and to change. Okay? You cannot suppress. You cannot change. Right? Be seeing that robotic affirmations everywhere. Look, I know I talk shit about a lot of processes, but if y'all really pay attention, what you'll notice is that in all of these discussions, we do talk about processes. We talk about processes holistically, but it's really not about, I'm not trying to teach y'all processes. I'm trying to get y'all straight to the point of what you're doing. Do all the processes, but do them from the knowing of who you are. Don't do the processes from lack and frustrate yourself. That's how you end up calling your boy like, hey, bro, look, I've been affirming for 6 months and visualizing, but nothing's happening. Because you're doing it purely from lack. You think all of the power is in the technique. You're trying to drive a car with no engine in it. It makes no sense. Or you're just visualizing yourself trying to get somebody. Think about that. You're visualizing yourself trying to get somebody. Visualizing yourself trying to change somebody. Affirming that somebody changes. You're creating more of a reality where you're trying to change someone, trying to create something. Y'all think about that. Let's really think about it. You're affirming, you're visualizing all of these techniques. Do them from the memory, from the knowing that you are already everything that you decided to be. You're already everything you want to be right now. That's where your power is. There's only right now. We've talked about this constantly lately, right? There's only now. There's no future. There's no past. These are just memories, thoughts in your mind. There's only now, right? Even when Neville said, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I'm like, oh, that means you have to have emotions. No, it meant accept that you already are that person. And even when we say that, right? Accept that right now you already have it. We think, oh, a future version of me has it. Let me try to reach and strive and conjure up this made up feeling. But we all know you can't conjure up a feeling right now and hold it for the next 30 days. You can't. You can get bad news. It can be bad weather. You're just going to wake up feeling off for some reason. Somebody going to cut you off. Your boss going to say something. All of a sudden that feeling is gone. It's like saying that if just because you have money or have this person, you would never have bad days again, but you will, because you're human. That's the beautiful part of this human experience. But when we say assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, what we're saying is to stop and breathe and realize that whoever you are right now, anxious, scared, happy, sad, joyful, excited, feeling silly, whatever you feel right now, you are already absolutely perfect. It's not about changing yourself. It's about remembering who you've always been. This is not a journey of becoming. This is a journey of remembering, of deeply and radically accepting yourself as perfect right now. You are God. You are God. God is not walking around trying to fix himself to create. God simply says, let there be light. And it is. And it's good. Everything that implies you are not that person right now. When we say assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, what this means is everything that implies that right now your divine ass is not it is an illusion. Drop it. The subconscious reprogramming, drop that shit. Nervous system regulation, drop that shit. Drop it all. Drop everything that you know and just go to the core of who you are. I am made in the perfect image of the Creator. I am the identity of the divine. That is who I remember I am. And from this knowing, do everything. From that perspective, affirm until your face is blue. Visualizing until you can't visualize anymore. Do whatever. Cast spells. Do whatever you want, but do it from the knowing that you are source. Do it from the absolute knowing that right now you are source. Don't do these things to try to be somebody. To try to conjure up something to be somebody. You don't have to do that. That's just going to drive you crazy. Talk to several of y'all and it's like, oh man, Alex, I'm just trying to fight off my thoughts. Why? Those thoughts are perfectly leading you down the realization that you remember who you are. Man, Alex, I'm just overthinking and it's something wrong. You don't demonize your quote unquote overthinking in any other area. When it's with your friends, all of a sudden you're considerate. When it's your family, you're loving. When it's your spouse, you're absolutely divine and considerate and emotionally intelligent. You put all these good labels. But all of a sudden, when it comes to this, my overthinking is a problem. No, when I say I am that I am perfect no matter what. Hear me. Listen, take a seat. Open your ears when I say this, because this is important. When I say I am that I am no matter what, I am perfect no matter what, I am prosperity, divinity, I am every aspect of the Creator, of source, no matter what. That no matter what is important. No matter what means no matter what. I try to make this more clear every time I say it, y'all. No matter what means no matter what. If you need a reminder of what no matter what is, my brother Lucas, right? He just wrote a Reddit post. Go read his goddamn Reddit post. All right? Go read his Reddit post. When I say no matter what, it means no matter what. No matter what I feel, no matter if my thoughts are racing, No matter what. No matter, even if I don't, like if I say it and I'm like, oh, I just don't believe it today. It doesn't matter. I still am it. What if the situation looks like it's falling apart? What if I see the opposite? I am the perfection in the circumstance. Guys, even when we talk about, like y'all know, because I've had some amazing success stories recently, especially with people that are facing issues like eviction, are facing not knowing where the money's coming from. And I'm very pointed when I tell y'all this. I say, look, you have the money and it's paid no matter what. Now, when your mind goes to what could happen if you don't pay, when your mind goes to the notice comes, the court comes, I'm kicked out, I have no home. When your mind goes there, do you sit in the knowing and say, do you go beyond your logic and say, even if that shit happened, it's still paid? Yeah. This is where a lot of people see their blind spots. Can you say, even if the worst shit happens, I am still it? It's still paid. Can you say that shit? Yeah, this is where you really see where your blind spots are. No matter what means no matter what. It is beyond human logic. Beyond human logic. Because the moment that you make it conditional, I am that I am, no matter what. It's paid no matter what. And then you peek into your imagination. You say, oh, but if that shows up, I'm not it. Y'all, what you are saying is you are not it because it's conditional. You are saying, I am it if reality shows me I'm it. But I ain't it if reality shows me differently. What are you doing? Like we were talking about earlier, you are submitting to reality. You always have a choice. You take the choice of sovereignty. You take reign over reality. You say, no. God makes a way when there is no way. God makes a way when there is no way. So I stand in the knowing of who I am, no matter what. No matter what. I don't care if the notice is put up. I've told y'all my story. I have told y'all my story. The day of, I was supposed to be on the street. And the day of magically is paid out the blue. How? I don't know to this day. But even in that circumstance, I had no idea I was going to make $7,000 in one day. And I didn't. But it was paid. Because I stayed in that knowing of no matter what. Even if I'm kicked out, it's paid. No matter what. I'm not deviating from that story. Did I feel doubt? Hell yeah. Anxiety? Hell yeah. Fear every day. It was almost never ending. Was my nervous system regulated? Hell no. Is it because I reprogrammed the subconscious mind? Fuck no. No. It's because I was committed to the story no matter what. No matter what. I made a choice. I can either conform to reality or reality conforms to me. One or the other. Because this is all that ever happens, y'all. Think about this. This is all that ever happens. Either you conform to reality or reality conforms to you. No in between. There's no in between. Everything is a choice. Even your confusion is a choice. Saying, yeah, I want this, but what if God doesn't want it for me? What do you mean? You wouldn't have the desire if God didn't want it for you. It's a ridiculous question. What if God didn't want it for you? Do you even know where you get all of your desires? Do you think of every single one of your desires? No, they just come out the blue sometimes. You go through a situation and boom, you magically have a desire. Who are you to say that? Well, you know, the pastor said if it was an ego desire, I can't get it. Okay, I've never read in this book where it says anything about if it's an ego desire. It says whatsoever you ask for. Whatsoever you ask for. Whatsoever. We just read a scripture right here, right? Ask and it shall be given. Seek and ye shall find. Beautiful. Ask and ye shall be given. Seek and ye shall find. Shall. Whatsoever you ask, the Father, in my name, will be given to you. These are very absolute statements. I don't know where the whole ego desire, or if it's a divine desire. Like I'm saying, bro, we start treating God like fucking Santa Claus. Well, if it's an ego desire and if it's good for the will of humanity, what does that mean? Who are you to know the will of humanity? The will of humanity is what you want because God is wanting that through you. But we will use any excuse to validate our doubt and dress it up like it's discernment. We'll say, oh, it's my doubt. But if I ask it like this and say it like that and add a little skirt to it and put a bow tie on it, now I'll call it discernment and I'll give it to you. It's not discernment. It's still doubt. It doesn't look good. I don't care how well you try to dress up that pig. It's still a pig. The only reason for you to have what you want is because you choose. Because you have the desire and then you choose. That is reason enough. Everything else is dressing up your doubt. That's it. Doubt, trying, striving, reaching for alignment. All that shit is for people that are not brave enough to simply know. They're not brave enough to make a choice, and you are. You are brave enough to do this because you are source. You don't have to run from any situation because you can choose. You don't have to deny any situation because you can choose. You can look at reality dead on in the eyes and say, no, I choose this. I don't care what it looks like. I am the perfection within this situation, and you can allow it to unfold beautifully. This is your divinity. This is your power. I know I veered off. We're going to get right back on it, and I'm going to veer off again. All right, so the power of choice. Deuteronomy 30:19 declares what? I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing, therefore choose life. Basically, you always have a choice. The path of beauty, the path of bitterness. The path of life, the path of death. The path of blessing, the path of cursing. Who chooses? Who chooses every single decision? Who chooses every single thing that happens? It's you. It's you. You get to choose the end of everything. Now think about this. You are always living in the end of something. You're always in the end of some dream. Some of y'all was like, well, shit, what? I don't know what to choose. You're choosing something, trust me. You are choosing something. Every time you walk into the room, when you say, damn, people just looking at me crazy. I know they were talking shit. You just chose that. You are always using your imagination. Wipe away the story you tell about everything. Wipe away your memory about everything. Everything is meaningless. You simply walk into rooms, into areas, and you just start telling stories about everything. Oh, they like me. I don't know if she likes me. Oh, she's cheating. Oh man, I'm just not going to do well here. I don't know if this job's going to hire me. Well, the economy's bad, and so, people are just not buying shit these days, and everything is a story. Everything is just pure imagination. You're always in the end of something. Money's difficult to get. Money's hard to get. Money's easy to get. These women ain't shit. These men, it's all just a made up story. It's all an illusion. Y'all, there's nothing real except for your consciousness, your awareness, your stories. Nothing. Even today, right? I have a group chat for subscribers. So you're a subscriber or a member on YouTube or on TikTok, send me a DM on any platform. And it's a Telegram channel, okay? Even today, somebody was like, hey, look, I want to collapse time. I'm tired of things taking too long, right? I'm tired of walking through reality and things take forever. I want it to be instant. Who's choosing that it's not? Who is the one that's saying that, oh, it's not instant. It has to take time. Hear this, bro. I'm going to challenge y'all, okay? When things take a long time, who is the one who believes it's going to take a long time? The goddess Kelsey came up here the other day and was like, hey, look, man, sometimes I just believe things and I just know things and all of a sudden I get goosebumps. I said, what does that mean? She said, oh, it means it's all happening. It means it's about to happen. Who's telling that story, y'all? What story are you telling about everything? What story are you telling about everything? It's all a story. It's all up here. The universe is mental. All is mind. The universe is mental. This is the first Hermetic principle. First Hermetic principle. Yeah. By your boy Hermes Trismegistus, also known as Enoch, also known as Thoth, also known as the Greek god Mercury, right? Just an ancient scholar just telling you like it is. All is mental. The universe is mind. All is mind. The universe is mental. As above, so below. Whatever the hell you think it is, that's what it is. You can't get more profound than that. All is mind. The universe is mental. It's all consciousness. What you say it is what it is. You are just walking around creating these divine laws for yourself. Then you have to live in it. Basically, you say a word and then reality says stand on it. You say this is what it is. It's hard. It's easy. And reality says stand on it. This is all that's happening all day, every day. You're just walking around telling stories. Are you being conscious and aware of these stories? You are either consciously creating your reality or you're living in somebody else's reality. Do you hear what I'm saying? You're consciously creating your reality or you're just going through life unconsciously and what? Telling stories that you don't even want. You saw some dude yelling on Instagram saying, these women these days, they just don't do this. And that became your belief. And all of a sudden, everywhere you go, these women prove you right. They have no choice. They have no choice. How can they not? You've given them the script. Ladies, you heard some woman yelling, these men these days, they don't want to do nothing but sit around on the ass and cheat. And then all these men started proving you right. They have no choice. They have no choice. This is the script that you're giving them. But you can always choose differently. Always. Always. Always, right? Not sometimes, always, right? I'm being very direct with y'all today. You can always choose something different. This is your power. Your power is in perception, in choice, in your consciousness, in your awareness, in your storytelling ability. You are telling a beautiful story. And you are living in that story. You don't get more beautiful than that. You couldn't think of a more beautiful love story. You're waiting for Grand Theft Auto to drop, that GTA 6 that's going to drop in 2031. You're playing GTA right now. You're playing the beautiful GTA right now, okay? So, rejection is a death you do not have to die. A curse you do not have to carry. Life is the fruit already ripe. Love is the orchard already given. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so the Sufi poet, Hafiz once said, fear is the cheapest room in the house. I would like to see you in better living conditions. Whew, that's a bar. That was a fucking bar right there, okay? Fear is the cheapest room in the house. I would like to see you in better living conditions. Rejection is that cheap room, cold and bare, in the mansion of your father's house. Remember, you are, oops, my bad. So when we say in my father's house are many mansions, right? You are you're the Father's house. You are the temple of the Most High. You are the temple of the Most High. Okay? And so in the Father's house are many mansions. Mansion of prosperity, the mansion of rejection, the mansion of adoration. Why the hell, if there are infinite realities, I want you to think about this, okay? Let me put this in a practical way. That person that you see, that avatar you see, within them are infinite versions of them. Let me break that down a different way, okay? There's infinite versions of them that cheat on you, that betray you, that can't stand you, that can't see your divinity, that are blind to the divinity that you are. But there's infinite versions of them who adore you, who every time they see you, they light up. Can't wait to be with you. They'll go out their way simply to make you happy. Infinite. Infinite. Why are you choosing that version of them? Why are you attached to that version of them? Cool. All right. Why live in lack when abundance is a door away, a choice away, a perspective away, a commitment away? Why? Next. Damn. All right, so the end of rejection spell. All right, the end of rejection spell. Rejection is not a verdict, but a veil. Once lifted, you see. The love you sought was never outside of you, but always mirrored by what you dared to choose. To focus on rejection. Alex, I just don't know. I just been so good to me. He just cannot focusing on that version of them, right? Whoa. Here we go. The love you sought was never outside of you, but always mirrored by what you dared to choose. Christ promise, right? When we talk about Christ, we're talking about what? Your I am awareness. We're talking about the first manifestation of God, right? In the beginning was the Word, right? I am is the Word. And we talk about it from a New Testament perspective. We talk about the first begotten Son of God was I am, was Christ, your consciousness, Yeshua, Jesus, all right? The first begotten Son, representing the first manifestation of God, all right? Different ways to say the same shit. So Christ promised, right? Revelation 21:5, behold, I make all things new. To cling to the old version who denied you is to deny his promise. It says it right here, doesn't it? It says, behold, I make all things new. Doesn't it say that? Or does it say, behold, I make some things new? I make a few things new. I make new the things that are not ego desires. Is that what it says? It clearly says, behold, I make all things new. All right, so to cling to the old version who denied you is to deny his promise. But to choose the version who adores you is to step into the newness already prepared. Beloved, you are not bound by rejection. You are crowned with choice. You are not at the mercy of blindness. You are the vision itself. And what you behold, creation bends to reflect. Bars upon bars upon bars. Bars upon bars, all right? So a couple reflection questions. Number one. Where have I mistaken rejection for a verdict rather than a version? That's a good one. Where have I mistaken rejection for a verdict rather than a version? Think about that. Where have you said, oh, I am prosperity, and you took one bill as, oh, I'm doing it wrong? You took it as a verdict instead of a version, just fading away. Remember, identity first, circumstance second. Identity first, circumstance second. Don't base your identity on the circumstances, or else you end up in the hamster wheel. You end up on the treadmill, running as hard as you can, trying to chase a carrot. Somebody dangling a carrot in front of you. Not even a big carrot. The little carrot with a brown spot on it. Right, you're just running after that motherfucker. Okay? When I say I am prosperity, then I look out there and something looks off. And I say, oh shit, I must be doing it wrong. I am basing my identity on the reflection. And so the reflection says, you're doing it wrong. You're right. Let me show you more things that validate you're doing it wrong. And then you stay in that hamster wheel. You stay on the basically the repetitive path. Okay? This is why all of a sudden we say, damn, it's been 6 months, Alex, 9 months. I done went through a whole pregnancy and still haven't got my manifestation. I'll tell you right now, if you're doing it for months, hey, it's time to focus on yourself. Something is off. This is an instant change in awareness. It's a knowing that right now you are everything that you desire to be. It hasn't been 6 months. It hasn't been 9 months. It's only right now. And you are just declaring that it's been a long time. And so reality continues to give you more time. You have it now. How can you say you have it and then say it's been 6 months? Which one? Pick a story. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Please tell me how you can say you have something and then count the days that you don't have it. Please enlighten me. Somebody tell me how that math works. How can you have it and then tell me, well, shit, it's been 6 months and I haven't seen anything? What? Do you have it or not? Do you have it or not? Or my favorite story, I didn't get what I wanted. I tried to manifest it, but I didn't get what I wanted. What the hell does that mean? You tried to manifest it, but didn't get what you wanted. So you decided in the middle of it that you don't have what you want anymore. So you chose not to have it. Sometimes we have to pay attention to what we're saying. What you're saying tells the whole story. You already know how y'all get up here and I start slicing and dicing y'all's stories up. All the answers are in the story. All of them. And, oh my God, that's a great question. Like, no, I just listened. I was just listening to you. You can do the same thing. Sit down, right? Instead of talking to me, open up your notes or open up your camera and start recording yourself talking about your situation. And then dissect your shit. Start dissecting yourself. Start asking yourself all these questions. Why am I saying this? Why did I say that? Why am I focused on time? Do I have it or not? If I had it, would I be talking like that? Where is my story veering off? Where am I focusing on the past and clinging on to a version I don't want? Where am I arguing for my limitations? Well, I know I create my reality, but. Y'all know it's only one but I like. Only one kind. Only one kind, right? Not the but that comes after I am prosperity. I am prosperity, but. No, I don't like that one. That one, everything after the but is bullshit. Y'all know that. Everything after the but is bullshit. Write yourself a long letter, like you're writing to a manifestation coach, and just explain your situation, and then read that shit. With the understanding that if I had it, I would say that I am it now. Y'all don't need me. You don't need me. You don't need any coach. You simply need to start paying attention to your story. That's it. Watch. When you start paying attention to your story, when you make when it says life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat its fruit. Those that love it, those that love the law, life and death is in the power of the tongue. If you love it, when I start becoming a student and I start to love the law, I start to love the way that I speak, I start to love creating with my verbiage, guess what? Guess what? My life follows. But when I'm just careless about shit, just throwing out words, throwing out affirmations, throwing out stories of who I am, and then I'm saying, Deborah, I don't know why it's not working out. Well, have you tried paying attention to what you're saying? This is why I'll tell y'all, consciousness is key. Consciousness is king, man. It's key. When I talk about consciousness, people assume I'm talking about intelligence or information. No, information is just information. When I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about your ability to walk through life and actually be aware of yourself. To watch your thoughts, to watch the words that you speak, to study yourself, to be in this moment. Not to be sitting, you're using the present to daydream about a past you hate, to think about all the shit you don't want, to dream about all the shit in the future that feels far away. I'm talking about bringing your attention back to this present moment and focusing on your story. What story am I telling? Where am I speaking separation? Where am I speaking about what I want as if it's the future? Where am I arguing for my limitations? Where do I have beliefs that somebody just told me and I don't even want to believe that shit? You don't know. I've had several of y'all challenge me on the subconscious mind. On these one-on-one conversations. Y'all know who y'all are. And we just get, it's eventually like you can't defend it. You're just regurgitating shit. You just heard somebody talk about a subconscious mind somewhere. No, bro, it's real. To who? It's real to you because that's your story. Of course it's real to you, but it doesn't have to be. You can't even tell me when it's going to be reprogrammed. You just know you have to do it. So some future version of you in mystery land has a reprogrammed subconscious mind. You don't even know when that can be. You don't know if it's a month, 2 days, 2 years. You just know it's in the future and it's not now. And right now is the only time that matters. So you're just saying one day, if today I kind of fell off and I didn't do my reprogramming work. So look at you, you're setting yourself back with a make-believe story. You just opened up this new game. You've never played the video game before. You put that shit on ultra hard. You put on 2K on Hall of Fame mode the first time. You're getting your ass beaten wondering why. Put that shit down to rookie. God damn. Why do you want to play the game like this? No, I got to do my state akin to sleep and reprogram the subconscious mind. To what end? To what end? Where is your plan on when that's going to be done? It's just a made up thing up here. Somebody told you that shit. One of them old law of attraction coaches said, the subconscious mind, you need to reprogram it. And you said, yes, he's right. And you started doing that shit and didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. Then you heard alignment and vibration and frequency. Oh, yes, you're right. I have to get the frequency of wealth. But you can't even measure that shit. You don't know what it is. How do you measure your vibration or your frequency or your alignment? How do you measure this shit? How? There is a thermometer, though, that you can buy on Amazon. A vibrational alignment thermometer. It's pretty long. It's a big thermometer. It's fat, too. It's probably about this long. Real girthy, right? Put it up your ass. You can hold it there all day, right? And it checks your alignment. It starts beeping when you're in the vibrational frequency of wealth, right? And then when you're out of alignment, it just kind of powers down for you, right? So you could definitely get that, right? So on Amazon, it's called the vibrational frequency thermometer, right? Try it out. Try that shit out, right? But other than that, you have no idea how to measure this shit. It's just a made up thing in your mind. Then somebody put out a big ass chart and they said, at the top of the chart is enlightenment. This is the highest vibrational enlightenment right here. You said, oh my God, enlightenment. I've got to get there so I can get what I want. Let me just meditate all day. Let me go stare at the sun. Let me go look at the moon to enhance my psychic abilities. You're just making up shit. Just running around like psychopaths. Just fucking everybody is psychotic. Everybody is crazy. What the hell? Like what is this raising vibration that y'all are talking about? Somebody please enlighten your boy. How do I know that I'm at the vibration of 7,000, which is wealth and love and joy? Like, how do you know this shit? You're just making it up. It's not real, y'all. Nothing is real except for your belief, except for the story that you're telling it. Anything that implies that right now you are not the person you desire to be is an illusion. It's not real. Ooh, it's fairy dust, right? Like Matthew McConaughey says, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it doesn't exist. It's fairy dust, right? It does not exist. This is what we talk about. We say eliminating those limiting beliefs. Right now, you have the desire. You are it. It's done. You are it. You've embodied it. Now you walk through life, okay? And as you're walking through life, anything that implies that you are not that person. Somebody says, have you tried reprogramming your subconscious mind? They're scamming you. They're scamming you. If they tell you that they're scamming you, they can't even give you a plan to do it. When is it going to be done, coach? Whenever the subconscious mind accepts it. But you have to be real gentle with it, and you can't be real angry with it. It responds to nice talking. What? What are you talking about? Y'all are all crazy. You don't have to do any of that shit. Accept that you are it right now. Accept that you are it right now. You are everything that you desire to be right now. Damn, I veered off the path again. I veered way off the path again. All right, number two. Number two. Hell yeah, it's a trap. That's how they keep you. They keep you coming back and paying them. Well, I know. Try this new technique. This new technique will definitely reprogram your subconscious mind in 10 days. Listen to these sleep affirmations for 10 days and your subconscious will be reprogrammed. Dang, did it cut off? Well, that's because you have to get the premium version, the ad-free version. Here, try this one out. This one will do it in 8 days. No, now you got to do this. It's all a scam. There's no subconscious mind to reprogram. There's no subconscious mind to reprogram. Unless you believe it. Unless you tell that story. If you tell that story, that's what it is. There is no definitive truth about this. Hear me when I say this. There is no definitive truth. If you think it takes a long time, it does. If you think it's instant, it is. If you think there's reprogramming to do, there is. If you think you can make a choice right now and say it once and it's done, that's what it is too. God heard you the first time. God heard you the absolute first time. Ask and ye shall receive. Ask and you shall receive whatsoever you ask. The Father in my name will be given to you, not whatsoever you reprogram the subconscious mind. Right? In the beginning was the word. God said, let there be light. It didn't say God said, let there be light. And then the reprogram, and then the subconscious mind was reprogrammed and carried out the task after it was talked to gently for 30 days. And the nervous system was perfectly regulated and light showed up. What? Let there be light. God heard you the first time. The same power that creates galaxies and worlds dwells in you. The same power that creates galaxies, worlds, dwells in you. In you, in you, in you, in you. All right? So number 2, how can I honor my sovereignty of vision by choosing abundance instead of striving? Where can I rest in the knowing of who I am? How can I simply sit and know that I am source? I am the temple of the divine. I am the divine. Where does God end and you begin? Where do you end and God begins? You can't tell me because you're one and the same. You are the identity of the spirit of God. God is pure spirit, all that there is. And you are the identity of that spirit. You are God. You are. When you see through the eyes of God. That's why there's no rules. That's why life is whatever you say it is. If you say it's hard, it is. If you say it's easy, it is. If you say it's instant, it is. If you say it takes a long time, it is. If you say it's been 6 months, guess what? Hey, it is. It's what you say it is. Okay? So how can you honor your freedom to choose? How can you remind yourself and remember that whatever the situation looks like, I am the perfection within the storm. I am the perfection within my emotions, the perfection behind my thoughts, the perfection in the situation. I'm just pure divinity. Because you are. You are. All right? You said you want the link to the Amazon? I got you. I'm gonna send you. Let me send you the link to get the thermometer in the Amazon store. I got you. I got you. Got you. All right. If I'm finna start selling a fucking alignment thermometer, how about that? A vibrating alignment thermometer. Yeah, I'm gonna make it nice and I'm gonna make it soft, cushiony, just for you. Okay. Number 3, what trees in my orchard, in my quote unquote garden, have I overlooked while staring at the barren ones? What trees in my orchard have I overlooked while staring at the barren ones? What options to choose have you been bypassing because you've been too busy focusing on the things you don't want? Creating a story, just continuously telling the story about the things that you don't want instead of choosing. It must be the wine. I mean the grape juice. It must be the grape juice. That must be what it is. It must be the grape juice. All right. Next. Fernet. I'm assuming that's pronounced Fernet unless it's a typo. I never heard of that word before. Fernet. It's assuming. But no, it's just a little water and grape juice, that's all. Number 4, what does it mean for me to return to Eden in my relationships today? What does it mean for me to return to my sovereignty? Return to my ability to choose in all of my relationships with reality, my relationships with parents, friends, siblings, SPs, whether you have one or many, right? Because like I say, man, like it's all what you want. If you want 3 goddesses, you can have that. Ladies, if you want 2 gods, you can have that, right? It's about your ability to choose. So what does it mean to return to Eden? What does it mean to return to your ability to choose what you want? If you want that one person that's obsessed with you, loves you, can't get enough of you, adores you, absolutely committed to you, it's yours. Choose it now. If you want two of them, one for Monday, one for Tuesday. You want one that's 9 to 5 and he's the weekend. You feel me? He's 9 to 5. He's the weekend. He's a vacation babe. You can have that too. You can have what you want. You have the freedom to choose. But sometimes we'll try to throw away our freedom. It's not even throwing away. We just use our freedom to choose the things that we don't want. Right? We use that freedom to choose the things that we don't want. Right? And last but certainly not least, right? Where is spirit? Where is spirit asking me to stop striving and simply select the fruit already ripe? Where is spirit asking me to stop striving and simply select the fruit already ripe? Simply select what you want. It's all there. It's already there. You just have to choose. Okay? You just have to choose. All right? So we got a couple affirmations for y'all. Just 5, short, sweet, to the point. I had fun in a session earlier today. We were creating affirmations for this goddess. They were really good. They were really, really good. I don't know why I said that, but I guess I was just thinking about that when I'm looking at these affirmations. But they were really, really powerful, really, really good. I always have fun creating these. All right, but I got 5. Remember, you are not becoming these. You're not embodying these. This is divine remembrance. You are already these. You have always been these. No exception. No exception. No exception. Stop arguing for your limitations and just accept it. Okay, just take it. Just take it. You know you want to. All right, so number 1. Rejection is a shadow and not my truth. I am the light that cast it. Rejection is a shadow. It's not my truth. I am the light that cast it. Therefore, I can cast new light by choosing differently. I am the perfection within this. It's all unfolding perfectly. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it looks like. The uninitiated may see rejection, but I see perfection. I see divinity. I see another moment that's leading me to what I want. That's all. The uninitiated may see rejection, but I don't. I see perfection. I see the unfolding of my desires absolutely perfectly. I see through the illusion. I see through it. Okay, number 2, I do not strive. I do not strive. I reign in the temple of abundance. I do not strive. I reign in the temple of abundance. And because you are in the temple of abundance, guess what you are the vibrational match of? Because you're already the vibration of God. You are the identity of God. So you are the vibration of God. Because you reign in the temple of abundance, you are the perfect resting place for sacred prosperity and divine opportunities. Sacred prosperity. Not just any kind of divine, sacred prosperity and divine opportunities. This is your birthright. Like I'll constantly tell y'all, right? You don't have to fight off the darkness to get to the light. You open your eyes and realize the sun was shining the whole time. That's a quote I'm going to continue to drill in y'all's heads. You don't fight off the darkness to get to the light. You open your eyes and realize the light was there. The sun's been shining the whole time. You don't fight off lack to get to prosperity. You simply remember who you are and realize the prosperity was there the whole time. It's been there the whole time. You don't fight off lack to get to love. You remember you are love. It's been there the whole time. You've never been unloved. You've never been unsupported. You were just telling the wrong story, basing your identity on the reflection, lashing out at the reflection, arguing with the reflection, saying, but the reflection doesn't love me right. Think about what I'm saying. These men don't love me right. These women don't love me right. What you're doing is you're looking into the mirror and you're saying, this reflection doesn't love me right. This reflection doesn't treat me right. This reflection doesn't show up for me. This reflection is tripping. You're tripping. You're not showing up for you. It's all you. It's all you, right? You don't walk up to the mirror and tell the mirror to change its shirt. You can't change it. You simply change your perspective. You go back into the closet. You take off your shirt. You put on a new one, and you go back to the mirror, and it perfectly reflects you. Okay? Number 3, I choose life, love, and the reality that blesses me now. I choose life, love, and the reality that blesses me now. I choose life, love, and the reality that blesses me now. All things are made new as I lift my gaze to the version that adores me. That goes back to the scripture we were talking about in Revelations, right? Let me reread it. Revelation 21:5. Very, very simple, right? Behold, I make all things new. We talked about that, right? To cling to the old version who denies you is to deny the promise. Behold, I make all things new. So the affirmation is all things are made new as I lift my gaze to the version that adores me. Lift your gaze to the version that adores you. Okay? And then number 5, last but certainly not least, right? Last but certainly not least, my vision is sovereign and creation bends to mirror my choice. My vision is sovereign and creation bends to mirror my choice. You're always making choices, right? You are either going to submit to reality, or you are going to experience, or you are going to utilize your sovereignty over reality. You are always choosing, okay? Always choosing. So in summary, everything is a choice. Everything is a choice, okay? When we sit and we look at the middle of the unfolding like it's the end, okay? We are making a choice to submit to reality. When we look at whatever situation we are going through, and we stand firm in the identity of who we are, we allow those situations to fade away so a new one, a new version of reality can come forward and meet us where we are. Reality wants to conform to you, but reality is waiting on you to choose. If you're waiting on reality to change, and reality is waiting for you to choose, y'all are just looking at each other having a staring contest. And then you wonder why things don't improve. Once you start validating yourself, once you start standing in the knowing of who you are, I am everything I desire to be right now. I am source, I am the creator, I get to choose my reality. I am the perfect out-picturing of the divine. When you stand in that knowing, 10 toes down, 10 crusty toes down, when you stand in that knowing and remember who you are, reality begins to stand with you. Reality has to rearrange to match you. Okay? Has to. I feel like this was a beautiful discussion. I truly enjoyed this discussion. I think we hit things from a different angle. Beautiful thing about these is these continue to evolve with y'all, right? Because I do go back through the comments. Right? And I see y'all, right? I see it clicking. I see some of you arguing for your limitations, right? But all in all, we're here on this journey together to improve, right? I do want to tell y'all how much I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the pushback, because that's how we grow, right? I appreciate y'all that are brave enough to come up here and tell your story, right? And get help. And because you're not just helping yourself, you're helping everybody, right? I can sit and talk all day, but once y'all get up here and you start saying, this is what I'm going through, this is my story, this is my perspective, what you see is that we are all going through this journey together. We are all in this together. All of us, okay? No one is an island. We are all learning and growing and evolving together, right? That's why I sit here and I try to be as patient as I can with y'all. Right? Try to make this as safe of a place as possible. right? Now, of course, some of y'all do get on y'all because we have longer relationships with one another, right? And so we might talk a little bit different, but this is not a place where I'm going to judge you. All the questions that y'all have been asking, okay? The only reason that I can answer is because I've been asking the same questions before. I've been there, right? And the beauty about this is this was something that it took me a while to get because I wasn't thinking about it on a deep level. As I wasn't thinking about it from the perspective of just I am. I was putting all my power in techniques and this and that and yada, yada, yada. And it just kept me in the loophole. And that's why I'm constantly trying to press y'all about your story. Press y'all about your knowing of who you are. Because, you know what I'm saying, you give a man, you know what I'm saying, a fish, he'll eat for a day. But you teach a man to fish and he'll feast, right? This isn't about you getting one thing. This isn't about you manifesting one little person that by the time you really realize your power, you won't want him anymore. Which is one of the beautiful things is that the more that you come into the realization of who you are, the less you're going to want to go back anyway. By the time you drop that and you're like, oh, I don't want it anymore, all of a sudden here they come begging back, right? Snotty nosed, boogers in their eyes, crying back for you. This is the magic of this work, right? Because this work it's a full life transformation. It's seeing yourself differently. It's falling in love with yourself over and over again, and then cultivating that relationship with the divine and realizing that you've never been alone. Ever. You've never been alone, right? You've always been infinitely supported. Okay. Yeah, the money's cool, right? The SP is cool, sure. But it's that deep knowing that everything that you desire, you are. It's that deep knowing that you're supported unconditionally. It's that deep knowing that there is nothing in this reality that can hurt you. There is absolutely nothing. And that is a piece that I truly, truly, truly want you all to find. Right? That's why we have these discussions. That is why I push y'all. And I push y'all beyond just what you want. I push you into the understanding of who you are. Push you to look at every part of your story from all these different angles. Okay? So anyways, I appreciate y'all. Let's do questions. If you have questions, if you want to join on good old Tickety Talk, let's do that. Let's talk. Let's talk. But if not, if y'all ain't got nothing to say, then I'll go to sleep early again. Thank you, goddess. I appreciate you. Thank you. Whew. Once again, fool's journey, man. Once again, I truly appreciate you. Thank you. Truly. It means a lot to me, right? Hello.
Hi, Alex. How you doing?
Oh, I can't complain. I'm always blessed. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm really good.
Mm-hmm. Oop, let me screenshot this question. I'm still stuck on whatever you asked for in the Father's name, so I can talk about that. Go ahead. What you got going on, girl? Don't worry. She's shy sometimes. It happens to everybody. What's up?
Okay. Like we were talking about previously,
Mm-hmm.
I'm manifesting an SP.
You're manifesting? Or you have?
I would like to believe I haven't, but then most of the days I don't believe that I do.
We've talked about this several times.
Yes, I know. We spoke about it a couple nights ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been spiraling. for about to put it on days, roughly around 3 days.
Okay, that's another story. What does spiraling mean?
Spiraling means overthinking.
What's
Spiraling
and what's
means
wrong with that? What's wrong with overthinking?
overthinking gets me to think about all the negatives.
And what's wrong with that?
I know when I think about, I know when I'm at peace, you know. I know I've been there, I've done that.
That's
I know
but
when I'm at
hold up a minute. So I'm gonna press you because I've been gentle with you the last 2 times, and I know what story you're about to tell. I can already hear it. You're already telling the same story, right? So we can start dissecting your story at every point. You've already named about 4 or 5 things that already show why you don't have it, right? You're telling me, okay, I know when I'm at peace. And I'm assuming that ties somehow to your manifestation. Somehow. But the thing is, that's just you judging yourself. That's just you making a rule. If I feel like this, then I can get what I want. And then you say, I've been spiraling for 3 days. There's not 3 days. You haven't been spiraling. You're just telling a story. You're just saying because I think a certain way, then I'm quote unquote not in alignment and I can't get what I want. Think about it. Who is the one that is making up this? Weren't you saying the people that you don't like come to you, and then the ones that you do like don't come to you?
something of the sort.
So it's always these stories. Like all the stories that you're telling, they're just creating separation. Like the spiraling doesn't exist. There's no such thing. There's only your perception that you've been spiraling. There's only your story, your awareness, your consciousness focused on some version of you that's been spiraling, so you're out of alignment. There's no version of you that is better at manifesting than another. There's no version of you that gets what they want over another version of you. You're all divine. You're all the perfect identity of God. There's just your story that if you feel a certain way, it comes, and if you don't, it doesn't come. That's it.
Okay. Yes, I agree. I do.
But-
I do. Trust me, I do.
But
Today I found something out that wasn't that pleasant. But then again, I was actually listening to your sermon today. I like to call it sermons because that's what speaks, right? I'm not saying that I'm religious, but sermons is what I like to call them.
okay.
You said the starting of it that who says it is what it is to some extent.
Yeah.
And I said I did. Context to my situation today.
Okay.
I wasn't feeling very brave. I wasn't feeling very confident, and I wasn't exactly in the trusting mindset. And I decided to look at the 3D. Legit. Like, look. And it took me down a path of very unpleasant feelings. I'm not gonna lie.
When you say look at the 3D, what do you mean? Look at what? Like go through a phone or something?
No, but I found out something
Okay.
that led me to go through the 3D in the sense of find things out
Okay.
through other sources.
Okay. You simply had your assumptions confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Now, to tell you about the quote unquote old story, my SP has a 3P.
Yeah. And y'all live
And
together.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I remember.
Whatever.
I
I know
remember.
it'll pan out at the end of the day. It's just the today that I'm trying to deal with. Beyond that, my SP has a 3P that he thinks he's in love with. And I will assert that he thinks he's in love with. She doesn't give him the time of day.
Okay, hold up now, man. All right.
Okay.
I hear you. Okay, but let's really break this down. All right, because I want you to separate the version of him that you see right now and the version that you actually want. Is this version of him what you want? Okay, so this version of him has to fade away, right? So even you talking about this version, like, he thinks he's in love, yada yada yada. I hear you. I know where this is going, right? But this is what I want you to realize. You're not going to change that version of him. You are going to love the version of him that you actually want. So I see, or I get it, right? You're in this script right now. You're walking down this timeline. You have these things in your face. Can you acknowledge these things as not the version of him that you want in a completely different reality? A reality that you are moving out of. A reality that you have already moved out of. And can you allow this version of him to actually fade away?
Most days I'm able to.
Okay.
Most days I'm able to. Like I told you in the previous time that we spoke, is that I live with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
There have been multiple times where he's tried to come close, but at the end of the day, does not align with what I want. And I recognize that. I understand that. However, today, almost exactly the opposite of what I found.
I'm sorry, man. I gotta interrupt again because I was gonna try to leave that one out. But even you saying that him showing up is not what you wanted, that's still an assumption as well. That's still you making these guesses on who he is. Right? Like okay. At what point in time do you absolutely accept right now that the version of him that will interact with you is the version that you want? And the version that you see with somebody else is a different version. And then you interact with the version of him when you accept this is what you want, okay? And then everything else you allow to fade away, right? Like you when you start choosing, truly choosing how you see reality, how you see people, right? Now they can change. In that situation, you don't know who he was. You could have sat in the knowing of who he is, but instead you're saying, "Oh, he's not it yet." It would make sense if he was with somebody else and you were like, "He's not it yet." But if he's with you, why would you sit there and assume that he's not it yet? He is because you say he is, and from this point forward, he will always be. Unless an old version of him shows up. And if that version of him shows up, then guess what? I allow it to fade away because I focus on the knowing of what I want. Now we're starting to get technical with this. How do you start? So basically what I'm saying is, how do you start to view reality in a way that validates who you are?
I completely ignore it. I don't engage with it.
Mm-hmm.
Is how that makes sense to me.
Yeah, if you're just running away from reality, you're participating in it as well. You're basically saying I'm not who I say I am because I'm scared to look at this reality because it will confirm that I'm not who I say I am. And running away and suppressing things just makes them show up harder. Because that's what reality does.
When you say running away,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean?
I mean, seeing somebody with somebody else and not being able to say no, they're mine no matter what. Trying to change my thought about it, trying not to engage with it, trying to keep my distance from it. trying to affirm my way out of it without sitting and just sitting in the perfection of no. This is what it looks like. This is an old reality, and this is who I am. I am the perfection in every single reality. Okay.
I do. See.
I know you do.
When I'm on stage, right? A couple hours ago, maybe 2 hours ago. No, it wasn't something that I wanted to deal with. I went out. I tried to recuperate myself in the sense of trying to deal with the feelings of it. And I know the feelings don't matter, but somehow, somewhere, it feels as if it just brings up other feelings. Also, chat, I'm sorry, I'm just making some really delicious food right now.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm hungry. Send me a plate.
I'm making some fried rice. If you're interested, I can send you some.
Yeah. Send your boy a plate, girl.
I will, I promise you. Send me your address and I'll send it right to you.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna hold you to that.
Back to what we were talking about. What I found out was exactly the opposite of what I've been manifesting. And I've been manifesting for a while, and I know what you're gonna say. Please don't say it to me right now. But it gets to a point where you're thinking whether this is actually worth it or not. Whether this desire is something that is good for you or not. And I know it also comes from a place and point of not getting in the 3D, quote unquote. And also you not actually identifying with a version of yourself who has it. Trust me, I know.
Do you? It sounds like you don't. I hear you, but it doesn't sound like you really know.
Exactly. I hear myself too. I hear myself. I hear myself think. I hear myself visualize.
Yeah.
I hear myself doing all of the things that quote unquote need to be done.
No. Let's stop you right there, right? Visualizing, affirming don't need to be done. None of that needs to be done. The only thing that needs to be done is you making a choice. Right now, let's be very I'm going to say all of this with love. Right now, you are going in between two extremes. On one extreme, you are doing everything that you can to get him. You are trying to see this version of him as different. You are trying to ignore this situation. You are trying to deny these circumstances, right? You are fighting, right? It feels like work. You're doing all these things. And then you switch to the opposite end. And the opposite side is what? The opposite side is, should I even be wanting this? Am I being blocked for a reason? Maybe I should just give up. But you don't really want to. Even quote unquote, the giving up would still be holding on in a sense, right? You don't really want to give up, right? Right now, you're simply wanting him out of this lack, this desire to change him, to morph him into something different, instead of simply accepting that this version of him, it has a right to exist and it will exist. And now you need to romanticize yourself in the version of him that you want. You have to make the love story between the version of him that you want and yourself in this now moment. You can't change the version of him that you see. Let that one fade away. The more that you focus on that one, the more that it stays solid and it stays real. Right? You right now have what you want. You have to accept that. And you have to fall in love with the version that you want. The more you try to change this one, the more you switch all the way to the other side on the I'll give up. That should already know those extreme swings, trying to change somebody and then wanting to give up. Both of those don't come from love. Both of those come from lack. You don't need to change them because there's infinite versions of him. You don't need to change anybody. You don't have to change the circumstance, touch the circumstance at all. You can simply let it be and fall in love with your own story and allow that to unfold, knowing that you are the story right now. Right now, you are the story.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay.
I recognize what you're saying. Like, I recognize it. I understand it. Somehow, I correlate my current SP with the version of SP that I want, in the sense of him wanting to change. And that's what I see. Again, I understand what you say. It's about letting the current version of SP fade away. I understand that. And I've tried to do that. Haven't really been successful in it because he is the one that keeps coming back. And my fault is that I keep accepting it. I keep accepting the same old things, which I shouldn't.
Okay.
I recognize that as well.
Isn't that just a story that you're saying? That when you're accepting him, it's the same old thing? Even you telling me that, no, this version of him is the one that I want. No, it's not. He's with somebody else. You don't want that version of him. You don't even mean that. So I hear what you're saying, but it's not making sense. How can you tell me that you do want this version of him, but this version of him is not the version that you want? You're saying two things, right? So choose what you want. Choose the version of him that you want, and then accept only that version of him. It's. I hear you. I truly do. Why I'm being a little bit more pointed is because you deserve to have what you want.
No,
But
I
you're.
promise you, trust me, this is what I need right now. Trust me.
You simply need to make the choice. You can't tell these half truths anymore. That it doesn't make sense. He's not the version of you that you want right now. He's not. And you know that. Choose the version of him that you want. Go to the version of him that you want. Sure, if he has all these same attributes, sure. But how does he treat you? How does he see you? How does he validate you? Go to that version of him. And then when he comes back, accept that that is the version of him that you have. You can't go back to the same story and be like, oh, every time he comes back, I just choose the wrong version. What do you mean? You're just saying that. That's not true. That's just a story that you're telling. You can do this, but you have to fully step into the knowing of who you are. You can't be going in trying to change him, trying to accept this version of him. No, see him how you want to see him and accept that. Make that your love story in this moment, right now. This is not impossible. This is not difficult. You can do this with ease. You can do this right now. Your reality can change like that. I'm telling you, your reality can change in minutes. Instantly. You can wake up tomorrow in a brand new reality. But you have to choose. You can't tell these half-ass stories. This is the version of him that I want, but I keep choosing the version of him that I don't want. That makes no sense, and you know it. So tell the story that you want and accept that version of him. Love you, Amanda.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And he loves you too, and you love yourself too. So choose the version that honors and loves you as well. That is the act of love that you can do for yourself.
I was actually thinking about this today.
Mm-hmm.
I actually naturally had a thought. Like, I wasn't even really thinking about my manifestation as such, but I naturally had a thought of, what if I actually just decided to focus on myself?
Yes.
What if I actually just did things for myself? Whether it was going to work, whether it was going out, whether it was just sitting at home. What if?
Hell yeah, I know. Let me tell you exactly what's gonna happen when you start doing that. When you start putting yourself first, first life is gonna start putting you first. When you start believing, when you stop believing that this person out there will validate you, and you start validating yourself, and you start romanticizing yourself, and when you're sad, you show up for yourself. When you want to do something, you do it. When you start showing up for yourself, when you start making yourself the center of the love story that is your life, everybody else is going to start making you the center of their life as well. When you start treating yourself like source, reality is going to conform and treat you like source. You're going to get more opportunities, more things, more people that are going to treat you like source.
Sometimes I think that the more that you're aware of something, the worse it tends to get. Maybe that's a story. Maybe that's a story. Maybe.
Yeah, it's for sure a story. It is for sure a story. Those are the type of stories that I'm gonna cut out real quick. I'm gonna call out real quick because that story is not like. Why would you even want to believe that? You should immediately be like, oh shit, I don't want to live like that. Let me change the story.
Yeah. That's why I love you, Alex. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. I love you too. It's all good. We're in this together.
You call out things that I recognize, but I'm just not able to tell myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes sense, whether it's in terms of ego. I actually don't even, it gets too complicated, you know? It gets just too complicated when you bring in ego, when you bring in everything else, the nervous system, and this and that and the other. It just,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah, it can get complex. It can.
I went down the weirdest rabbit hole for the last 2 years, and I admit that. It just moved me away from what I actually needed to do or believed to do, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Right?
I feel you. Yeah, that's exactly right. It just takes you away from it.
It completely does. Who the fuck gives a shit about EFT tapping? That shit didn't do shit.
I knew.
And I truly believe that it would.
Man, I knew I had to get my life together when I caught myself one day in a bathtub with a pink ribbon and a candle doing a spell. I was like, boy, what the fuck are you doing? Well, you have fallen off the deep end, Alex. That was one of the moments where I said, you know what? I'm in this motherfucker burning candles, butt naked, in the bathtub. Boy, I can't tell nobody about this shit. What the fuck am I doing? I was in there like, let me read the spell. Tie the ribbon in a knot. Okay. Light the candle. I was like, what the hell am I doing?
That's exactly what I thought about EFT tapping and then this regulation and that regulation. You just gotta accept it. It's
Yeah.
such a fucking
Yeah.
loop.
Yeah.
It's a loop.
It's just a look, right? Like, none of that shit has power. It's all you. It's just you.
But you give it that power. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, please don't get into that. It's worthless. It does not mean anything as long as I understand when it comes to you actually decoding what your mind is saying. But in terms of doing things, quote unquote doing things, you don't have to do anything.
You don't have to do anything. Because you already are the center of it. Diddy rituals.
Actually, looking back when I wasn't consciously manifesting, the things would just come into my life.
Yeah.
They would just do. Like, I went to sleep one day. My granddad was in a bad shape. Okay? Dude was dying. I'm not gonna lie. I visualized maybe twice. I wasn't attached to it. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't really attached to it.
Yeah.
Now that I tell the story, I don't really give a shit, but listen to this.
Yeah.
I wasn't really attached to my grandfather per se, but I was more attached to what my dad would have to go through in terms of emotionality, in terms of financially, in terms of everything else.
Yeah.
I imagine my granddad looking up at him, happy as fuck.
Yeah.
Mind you, this man turned around in 12 hours. Within 12 hours.
Yeah.
I fuck you not. I'm sorry for my language, but I
No, you-
fuck you not.
That girl said, "I fuck you not."
But that's the thing. I wasn't attached to it. Like, I didn't really give a shit.
Yeah. Okay, so even that is a story, right? So even thinking that because you didn't care, that's why you got it, that is a story in itself, right? So I have to stop you there, right? I have to stop you there, guys, because that's even another limitation that we put on ourselves, thinking, you know what? Maybe because I didn't care about it that much, I got it. Maybe because I was more detached, I got it, right? That in itself starts creating this classification of the things I don't care about come quickly. We already went down that path together. You already know that. That's why I had to double down on your ass right here for doing this shit again. For thinking, oh, if I don't really care about it, I get it. And if I care about it, then I don't get it. That is a story. That's not true at all.
I don't think I'm able to change that story.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's very prevalent.
Yeah, change it. Absolutely change it, right? You are simply source. Whether you're attached or not, it's all easy. It's all divine. It all comes to you, no matter what, because you are the center of the universe. Who cares how you feel about it? Who cares if you're attached or not, right? If you want to tell a story about it, the more that you want it is the more that God wants it through you. God wants to experience this shit as your divine ass even more, right? So tell an empowering story, if anything. Don't tell don't tell a story that's gonna make it difficult for you. While you're doing your baby oil ritual, you got to put a baby oil around the candle.
If there's anything that I do is truly imagine it once. Like, if that is the way that I manifest,
Yeah.
if that is the way that I do things, if that is the way that my I am does things, is it thinks about them maybe once or twice or thrice at the most. It doesn't continuously
Yes.
bring awareness to it.
Okay. See, yeah. I mean, because we don't have to program God or convince God, right? Like I am just does. I am just says, oh, this is what you like. Even source says, scripture tell you that, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Before they ask, I will answer, or before they call, I will answer, right? So we're already told that the specificity, the vagueness, whether we ask or not, does not matter. We simply have to know that we're going to receive it. That's it.
Yeah. So, going to another point from there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I was reflecting. I'm not going to say in a meditative state, but I was just thinking.
Okay.
Right? If my I am does that, if my I am just does that in the sense of just giving it like a hint of things. Yo, listen, this is what is reality, this is what it is, da-da. Whether it's through affirmations, whether it's through visualizations, whether it's through anything of the sort.
Okay.
Right? Any other tools.
Yeah.
What if I've spent too long, too forth thinking about the things that I quote unquote want as just too far going?
What do you think that I'm going to tell you? What do you think I'm going to tell you about this?
It's a story.
It is. It's exactly a story. It's just a made up story. There's only one law. It's the law of I am. It's the law of all that there is. Everything is source. And every time you say something, you are just organizing God in your reality. Reality is just revealing to you who you are being. So think about what you're going to ask me. Because you probably have several other questions that are like that. I want you to start really, really questioning yourself. Being like, hold up. This is just a fantasy story that I'm... Like, how are you... Like really for sure, and like Amanda, listen to this, right? How could you ask me how your I am works when it comes to giving you certain things fast and slower? How could I tell you about that? I am is you, right? I am is whatever you say I am. So it's about what you say it is. So I'm always gonna tell you it's a story. You're just making that shit up. Make a different story.
That's true.
So what?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I wasn't willing to listen to you the other day.
I know.
I'm not gonna lie.
I know.
My mind was going through places and it wasn't really fun. But
It's okay. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm still here.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I do.
Absolutely. I appreciate you. I appreciate your openness. Yo,
Take care.
you as well.
Good night, chat.
Later, goddess. All right, who is next as tribute? Who is next as tribute? We got 3. First in the line. Hello, hello.
I'm back.
I love it. How you doing today, goddess?
I'm doing okay. I had a rough couple of days, but I feel like I'm coming on the other side of it. So
Okay.
a lot of your words tonight helped me get back to like reality, like my reality actually.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Even though you never left it, but let's talk about it.
Yeah, I guess so. I was listening to what you were talking about, the reprogramming the subconscious mind and all these modalities that people use to, you know, they think they have to fix themselves hardcore before they can get into receiving.
Yeah.
And I went down that road because I went through sort of a spiritual awakening, started like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And I went down the Dr. Joe Dispenza road and started doing a lot of like subconscious reprogramming and doing I did like a 3-month meditation program where it's like you meditate for an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, and it's supposed to reprogram the subconscious mind, right?
Yeah.
And I find it really interesting that the way that you speak is that you just decide and allow. You don't like waver and think like, oh, if I do this and do this and do this, then I will get clarity about this. It's like all of it is just a story that you're telling yourself, right?
Yep.
But I had a question about the subconscious mind, because I was thinking like, if you are unaware of that you're telling yourself these stories, right? And you're trying to call in things in your life, and you are like, all right, I don't know why I'm getting the same results. Like I'm just seeing the same sort of stories happen again and again, whether it's like with your partner, you just get men who cheat, or you get men who lie to you or gaslight you or whatever, and you're like, what the hell? Like, what am I doing, right?
Yeah.
I did find the work helpful to get me to see the stories that I was telling myself from childhood that I was unaware of. So I'm saying, like, for that modality of sitting in stillness and meditating every day, it didn't make me aware that I was telling myself these stories that I was unaware of unless I did sit in the meditation or sit in stillness to be like, wow, this stems from a childhood wound of like, my parents got divorced when I was 14, and my dad always cheated on my mom and left the family and everything. But I had no idea that those two were interconnected with my expectations of what I could find in love in a partnership. So I guess my question that I'm asking you is it the fact that we don't need it, these modalities, and as long as we're aware of the blocks, is that the key? Is that like, so then we become conscious that we're doing this to ourselves, or is there another way?
Well, yeah, beautiful question. So Healing is being able to place your awareness on whatever you're doing. So
Yeah.
when I talk about, right, here's the thing, okay? If we want to talk about subconscious beliefs, if I were to be, somebody was to put a gun in my head and say, Alex, hey, you have to tell me what subconscious beliefs are. It would simply be things that I have accepted as true in my life because I've been telling that story for so long, unconsciously, blindly. I've just been telling this story, so it just becomes a habit to me, right? These things are not below my awareness. They're just things that I believe this is how reality works. But once I start figuring out what I want, now on the path of what I want, when I ask myself, okay, is what I believe or what I expect, or is the thought that I'm thinking right now, the story I'm telling about reality, is that pulling me away from the desire? Is that saying that I'm not it? Okay, well, that's something that I confront on the unfolding path that I walk on, right? Those are really the only things that I need to confront. What else would I really need to confront, right? Even when we talk about the quote unquote healing journey, right? That's just this never ending path of trying to dig up things, excuse me, of trying to dig up things within our life that we don't like. But we don't have to do that. You're already made perfect. So I get it, right? That we can do work and uncover things about ourselves. But even if someone was to come to me and say they realized that they had this issue with relationships because they noticed it in their parents and it was deeply ingrained since childhood, I would say, okay, what is more important? You finding that out, or you just knowing that you have an expectation that this is how relationships are, right? Even me saying, I don't understand why men always cheat on me or why women always ghost me or whatever the case may be, right? Even that is simply just a story. I don't need to dig deeper into it and say, okay, where did that come from? I just need to be aware that, shoot, when I talk about men, I'm saying the last men that I was with or you were with were cheating. Or if I say the last women that I was with did this, right? That's the only story that matters. So attacking that story is where I can cut through the programming, cut through the limiting belief, and accept who I am right now, or accept what I want to experience right now.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I guess like I was just speaking of the word awareness as it pertains to consciousness and awareness of something. And like everybody has a different path of becoming aware of a belief, right? Like you said, it's a belief about yourself that you've been telling yourself this story for so long that you actually believe this story. And it could be something you're unaware of, that you're like, oh, this is just what I've seen my whole life. So like this is the norm. And it's kind of like, you know, when you're like watching content on TikTok or Instagram and you see a lot of people hating on like opposite sex.
Yeah.
And like, oh, like you said, like men are trash or women, they just want money. Like it's all the same sort of story.
Yeah.
And you agree with it, we'll say being unaware, not in your subconscious mind, but unaware that you're agreeing with it, right? And I think it's that switch. It's like the switch of understanding and being aware that it's a story about your life. And I'm just wondering, like, will it just reveal itself as you're going down your path of unraveling and getting closer to, like you said, we're all perfect, we're all whole, we don't have to beg and ask. But until you know that, really believe that, then you're gonna believe those stories. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yeah. Yeah, I don't promote the path like everybody's gonna take that path, this path. Would I love that? Absolutely, right? But we are presented certain truths or certain understandings about life whenever it's time for us to be presented with that, right? So it's not like I can brute force anybody into understanding these things. I had my own individual journey. You had your own individual journey, and it led us to this awareness. It'll lead others to this awareness as well. But how can you get someone to see? How could you drag someone into the knowing that what you're saying is just a story. If I was just sitting here and like I am, someone who's not ready to hear this would just pop onto this discussion and say, "This dude is insane. What the fuck is he talking about?" And they would click out.
Right. I would agree with that because I feel like I did believe about rewiring the subconscious mind like 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I made this like this rule for myself.
Yeah.
That I said I would commit to for the rest of my life is that I would not choose what I would be open-minded about. I would just be open-minded, irregardless of whatever I was taught or whatever I studied. To be like, well, this is the law. Like you said, you can't measure your vibration. You can't stick something up your booty and be like, yeah, you're vibrating at a very high frequency today. Yesterday, maybe not so, you know? And I think 2-3 years ago, I would have been like, well, that's not true because if you rewire your subconscious mind, then you'll do this and do that.
Yeah.
And so I think it's more about like, yeah, if someone's not ready to hear it, they're not going to hear it. But I think like for me, the law of like, I'm just going to be open-minded to whatever, and then we'll see if it works. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? Is trying the law, being open to it, and then trying it out, see what works for you, right? So I think that's how everything is. That's how absolutely everything is. No one can drag you down these different paths. Even when it went to the subconscious reprogramming path, that was the path that you needed at that time. Right, I went down that path as well. I was trying to reprogram the hell out of my subconscious mind. Right? Yeah. But, you know, it is what it is. So now that I'm on this path, this was the path that was meant for me at this time. So I don't think there's a scientific way to figure it out. It's just being open to, you know, where are people at on their journey? And then also when you're given this information, or even when people are giving information about the subconscious mind, it's not like people are trying to sell, well, some people are trying to sell you on it, but it's more so, all right, if I'm giving you this game, if I'm putting it out there, if you resonate and it helps, cool. If it doesn't, that's cool as well, right? Maybe one day it will, maybe it never will. I don't have any control over that, only you do. So I like even the the understanding that you are absolutely perfect, right? Outside of learning that as a child, how difficult is this understanding to get to when you're an adult, right? To relax into the knowing that, okay, I am source and I am already absolutely perfect the way I am. It goes against everything that you've been taught for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? So it is a path of remembrance. And I do believe that this is a very high path for people to go down.
Yeah. No, I agree because I think, like, at least for me, it's more so what I've learned is that it's about unlearning more than learning, and being like, okay, all this is programming that, you know, to like beg for acceptance and work so hard that you feel like you can relax. And I think that that's like the hardest part about this journey for me is realizing that I don't have to earn everything. Yeah. And I'm so programmed to just like try so hard to do things and be like, okay, just try harder. If it doesn't work, try. So I think I'm trying to like learn how to surrender in a sense where it's like, if it's meant for me, it's kind of like what you were telling the girl before me that was talking about her SP, of being like, well, you know what, this is the version that you're seeing, and you either accept it or you just, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to force it, and just believe what you believe and just let the cards sort of like fall where they may with that. And like, I resonate with that because I feel like I do have a lot of issues with not working for it.
You're trying to work to not work.
Yeah.
I feel you. I've been there. It's this skill, right? So, yeah. And that's just how we're programmed for so long, right? As kids, we're taught to do this to be a good boy, do this to be a good girl. School does you the same way. Your parents do it to you at the crib. The church tells you one thing, right? The job tells you this. So we go our whole life even thinking, oh, I have to do all these things, even in my relationship, to be worthy. So our whole life we spend trying to be worthy of someone or of something, working to get the validation of something, someone outside of us all the time. So this is a different path. It's wow. Okay, so everything that I do is absolutely perfect. Everything that I do is absolutely perfect. So it's, yeah, it can be different. It can absolutely be different, but it's also liberating once it clicks. That look, even in my, and this is how I even see it, right? Even in my struggling to relax, I'm still perfect. It's all perfect. It's all absolutely perfect.
Yeah. And I think that that's like what I am like struggling with the hardest right now, is just to be like, it's okay. Because like for like my story, I think I told you this, that like I was in the LA fires and I lost my home.
Yeah.
But in that, like I lost everything, but I also decided to walk away from a job that I've been doing for 22 years, and I just don't want to do it anymore. I want to do something more like creative and be in like my creative flow. And I feel like it's not like taking off as fast as I want it to take off. And so then I beat myself up about that too, to be like, all right, well, you walked away from this job, you have no income, and nothing is really changing. And I'm just trying to tell myself to stay like rooted in that I don't have to work for it, that everything is working behind the scenes, like things that I can't see are happening right now. And I'm beating myself up about that, like so bad, to be like, well, you need to have an income and you don't have one, so what the F are you doing? And
well, are you out? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So are you judging the things? Okay. So are you looking at reality and saying the things that must be happening behind the scenes are perfect, but the things that I'm seeing are not perfect?
Absolutely.
So,
I'm gonna be honest. I think that it's like the verse that you said earlier about the fruit and like the vine, like the trees, and like you're looking at the desolate trees, but there's a tree right next to it that is fruitful.
Gotcha.
It was like, I don't know what verse it was,
Yeah.
but I think I'm looking at the desolate.
But you're not. Okay, so you're not. You're simply telling the story that you don't want, right? You are prosperity. You are the perfection within the circumstance. You are. You're not waiting or looking for the circumstance to be a certain way so you can judge it correctly. You are right now the perfection that chooses to see that everything is unfolding perfectly and everything is perfect as it is, because it's all leading you exactly where you need to be. You don't know if tomorrow can be the day. You don't know if tonight can be the moment. You don't know if it can be in a week. You don't know. But right now, you are the perfection. So no matter what happens, right? When I say that, no matter what, even when what goes on in that external reality looks exact opposite, it doesn't matter, because you are the perfection that speaks life. So if you're just saying, bro, this shit looks terrible, it's not working out, but there must be something happening behind the scenes, you're just making the acknowledgement that this is not right for you. So when I say the situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation must be unfolding perfectly, what I truly mean to say is this situation is absolutely perfect because I am. Doesn't matter what it looks like. It must be perfect because I am. So everything that you're seeing is perfect because you are. Everything behind the scenes is perfect because you are. So choosing that tree is choosing the fruit, that beautiful fruit is choosing to see the perfection in this situation, because in this moment, think about it like this, right? So every moment of reality has every piece of reality in it. As you change, reality, when I say reality rearranges, the same substance that makes up reality right now simply changes and rearranges to show you what you want, right? So that bank account rearranges to show you a different number. The customers rearrange, the versions of them rearrange to give you more money. Everything simply rearranges. The same substance that you are seeing right now is the same substance that you will see in 5 years, in 10 years, when everything is different, or 5 minutes when everything is different. So there's nothing imperfect about it. It's all perfect because you are. And so as you continue to see yourself as the perfection that you are, you allow reality to reflect that back to you. It's not that it's just happening behind the scenes. It's happening everywhere. It's all perfect. If it don't look perfect, it's perfect. If it looks perfect, it's perfect. If it looks like nothing's happening, it is perfect. It is all absolutely perfect.
Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even look at it that way. I thought because when your reality isn't showing you that you have to have faith and trust that things are happening that you can't see. But what you're saying is that the reality right now is perfect.
It's perfect.
Even if,
yes.
Yeah.
There are things happening that you can't not see, and it's perfect all at the same time. It's perfect because it's unfolding perfectly in a way that you can't see. It's perfect because everything behind the scenes is perfect. But beyond all of that, it's simply perfect because you are perfect.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta let that one marinate.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. Let that one marinate. You are the perfection, right? Like, why is it that I'll say your emotions don't matter? Because you are the perfection behind them. Why don't your wandering thoughts matter? Because you are the perfection behind them. How come circumstances don't matter? Because you are the perfection behind them. You are just you are God. You are just radiating divinity and perfection through every situation. And when you begin to see yourself as such, reality, because it is you, there's no separation. It reflects that to you. But when you start demonizing and you say, this is that story of casting Satan and the demons out of heaven.
Yeah.
When we start casting reality out, like, this part's not good. It must be happening behind the scenes because this part sucks, right? That's us casting it away. This is us denying reality. This is us saying that something's imperfect about a piece of God, and where a piece of God is, all of God is there. So it's absolutely perfect. It's just rearranging for you, but it's still perfect.
Yeah, I mean, definitely what you said about like the bank account, and it's funny because I was supposed to get a deposit for like $5,000 last week, and I was going to use that to pay my rent, and it was so weird that these things, and this is another story, like things happen in threes, right? So I didn't get the deposit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go outside and I have a parking ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, all right, friend, like, don't react. Like, this is just, it doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like, it's fine. So right after the parking ticket, I get another bit, like, I would have never thought that I was going to get this bill. Like, I thought it was taken care of. I thought it was done. I thought it was paid. And it was like a third thing that all happened last week.
Yeah. Never
got the money. And I was like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm screwed, basically. You know what I mean? And so
no, I
like
don't know what you mean, because you're not screwed, but keep going.
No. So today, like I told you, I had like 2 really bad nights where I was like, all right, this is not it. I don't believe that the universe tests you, but I do believe that, like you said, if you don't just anchor in being full love, full acceptance of yourself and all that, like you will feed into the quote unquote bad things of like the ticket, the transfer not happening and all of that.
Yeah.
And so today, after going through that bad spiral, I just got up and I was like, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna be in a better mood, irregardless of my bank account, of what I see.
Mm.
And then I hop on this live with you, and now I feel 100 times better just by your words of saying those things. Like nothing has changed, but I just know that everything is gonna be okay.
Right. Everything. Well, let me correct you. Everything has changed because you have changed. Right. So even saying that nothing is changing and basing nothing is changing on what you can see, that's an illusion in itself. Right. Everything is changing. You have the money. It's there. It's yours. It's already there. Everything everything is paid for. It's already there. Base it all on you. Base it all on you. You are the perfection, so it's all perfect. Doesn't matter what the situation looks like. You are the perfection. Right? You already have it. It's already taken care of. But I appreciate, trust me, I appreciate the compliment. But it's all you, right? It's all you. It's all done. You already have it.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I feel amazing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Can't wait to hear the success stories, girl.
I will DM you my success story.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Thank you. All right, all right, all right. Who's next? Who is next? What up, what up?
What's going on, my guy?
Can't call it, brother. I'm chilling.
I see that. Alright, so I got a couple of things, but
Alright.
you can hear me clearly, right?
Say what?
You can hear me clearly?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Alright. Okay, so y'all topic today.
Okay.
It hit the nail on the head in terms of what I was experiencing. But I have to say before I get into that, at least leading into that, you said about doing like nervous system regulation and doing like healing work. Since I found you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Came across your life. One of the main things for me was talking about forgiving my SB, right? Which I felt like I did, but like every chance it got, like the thought just came back, but hey, like she cheated on you, she did this, la 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 la, like it just would come back at every chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I came across your page, and you were talking about awareness and what you're focusing on, I was like, okay, well, I'm choosing. I said, okay, let me just try that. So every time those thoughts came, I just was like, nah, I didn't start choosing no more. And I just like kept moving on. And then I didn't even know what happened, but all I know is I didn't even hear those thoughts no more. Like I literally didn't hear those thoughts no more. Like I didn't even remember like to say like, oh, what she did or before that or whatever be the case. It just wasn't coming up.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. And then like everything else sounded like distant thoughts. Like I know it's there, like I'm aware that it's there, but it's like it's so far like in the background.
Yeah.
And it's just chilling. I don't know, it's chilling waiting for me to like make a wrong move so it come to the forefront.
Yeah.
Alright, so I felt like I was progressing pretty well. And then like as of late, it's like all those noise just started getting back like loud again. I'm like, what the F am I doing? Like what the hell am I doing right now? Because it almost seems like with my SB, like I just feel like okay like before today, this is what I said today. I said, why does it seem like when I was just, like just trying my hand, put my hand in the mix, I was getting like some kind of little, I guess temporary like pleasure. Like I could see things moving, not moving, and then now like I try to trust beyond me. It's like, it's just I don't know.
All right.
It's like.
So you're saying that when you were trying to do things, everything was moving.
There was little movement, although like it wasn't still. There was some movement, but it still wasn't like giving me what I wanted. Like let's say it was like temporary to do.
So there wasn't movement.
Yeah.
First of all, to me, movement is illusion. You don't want movement anyway. You don't measure receiving what you want based on the movement that you can see, because you can only see such a small percentage of reality anyway. You want the whole thing. Let me ask you this question. Are you not trying to do stuff as a technique to get what you want? Or are you not trying to do stuff because you know that your source and all things will be added to you anyway?
Hold on, bring it again. Say it again.
Hold up, put yourself on mute so because I can hear myself. All right. Are you? So remember, y'all. Okay. You are source. You don't have to do any techniques. You don't have to do anything. You simply have to know who you are and know what you choose to receive it. This is the question I'll constantly ask y'all. Okay. Are you doing nothing? Okay. As a technique to get what you want? Or are you doing nothing in the knowing that you are everything? Which one is it, right? Are you so even when we say things like movement, I was getting movement, now I'm not, right? What is quote unquote movement measure? It's just what you can perceive with your eyes and what you quote unquote judge as right or wrong. But it's just reality giving you a little bit of breadcrumbs. You don't want that anyway. You want the fullness of what you want, right? So even us seeing breadcrumbs and being like, it's on the way. Me saying it's on the way is me saying I don't have it. Me looking around and being like nothing is moving is me saying I am not it. Because if I was it, then it wouldn't matter because I simply declare that I am it right now. So I don't want y'all to think that, you do this not having as a technique to get. You do it because it's just your nature. You simply are source. You don't have to do anything to be worthy. You're just always worthy. So it is just the inner knowing that allows you to step into a space that everything can be added unto you. Right. But when you're like, oh, I'm just not going to do shit to get something that I want. Right. Well, now it goes against the scripture that we were talking about, which is whatsoever you ask the Father in my name will be given to you, and ask without hidden motive. Ask without hidden motive. So when we're trying to manipulate things, like, oh, I'm not going to do anything, but let me wait for something outside to validate me. Instead of me validating myself in the knowing that I am everything I desire, therefore everything must be added to me. It's two different mindsets.
Yeah, you're right. I think for me, so it almost seemed like I'd be on a good streak, like things would happen, or old things that were triggering me before, not bothering me now, and then it's like I'm on a good streak, and then it's like I don't know, like the universe would be like, okay, since you're on a good run, let me send you to see if you can see what you can do now, and then it's like that very one is like the one be like, mother sick.
Okay.
I just start spiraling back again. I be trying to catch myself in it.
What do you mean catch yourself? What do you mean catch? What do you mean catch yourself and what is spiraling? Isn't that just a story that you're telling? That you're spiraling and somehow you're getting out of alignment because something is happening? You're just telling that story. You're always in alignment. The spiraling is just a made up concept. It doesn't exist. Watching your thoughts is just a made up thing. You don't have to watch your thoughts to get what you want. You're always in alignment. Even you saying, oh, I have to watch my thoughts to stay in alignment is just you making up a story. You don't have to do anything to be in alignment. You're always in alignment. There is no spiraling. There is no watching your thoughts. Everything is perfect. Everything is the perfect unfolding of what you want.
So even if my thoughts are going haywire and I'm starting to get like anxious and
yeah. Who is the one who says that's a problem?
Me.
Exactly. So why are you saying it's a problem?
Because that's how I feel in that moment.
It's so that's how you feel, but is that how you want? Is that the rule that you want to abide by? Or do you want to say, this is mine no matter what? No matter what I feel, no matter what I think, it is mine and it's on the way. Which one do you want to live by? Not what you feel. Go ahead.
I wanted the last one.
Exactly. I know you do. Right? So you're always making these rules. You're always creating law. So why are you saying, you're okay. Think about it like this. Your emotions and thoughts are always changing. If they're always changing, then what good is it for you to sit around and try to monitor them all the time? It's insanity. So all it is you now you have to get to the knowing. Now you have to start telling the story that actually lines up with what you want. Sitting around and watching your thoughts like a robot is going to drive you crazy. Sitting around and trying to suppress your emotions and always feel good is going to drive you crazy. Instead, go to the knowing that you are source. Therefore, you are alignment. You don't have to be in alignment. You are alignment. You are the alignment. You are the vibration, the frequency of God. Point blank, period. You are God. You're already all that there is.
So does that mean that I would not, or I should not have like any like reactions and stuff like that?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It just means you don't have to worry about what you do. You have to worry about what you remember through it. Do you remind yourself, no, I am source. I've already made the decision. It's already mine. Now do whatever you think is best. Even you saying I have to react a certain way is saying what? It's saying I'm not who I want to be until I react a certain way or do something, then I will be that person.
That is making a lot of sense now.
Yeah.
Because I thought, or I felt that, okay, like once, for example, like I had like a scenario today and then my thoughts just started like going out of control. And I thought like, okay, well, damn, okay. I kicked myself off. Now I gotta get back in it, but I don't feel like in that space to like think positive. Like I wanna just do like the most impulsive thing, next. Maybe that would get me over this feeling and then I can go back to that. But what you're saying makes a whole lot of sense.
I know it does. No, I know it does, bro. It's because really pay attention to that, right? Like, who is the one in all of these situations where you think you're wavering or out of alignment or whatever the case may be? Who is the one who's actually saying that you're out of alignment in all these places? Nobody's whispering in your ear. You don't have nothing is telling you except for you. You are making the rules. So you're walking through life and you've decided what you want, and then 1 second later you say, oh damn, I'm not in alignment, I'm spiraling. I can't get what I want now. You're just making these rules up as you go. You can do the opposite. You can say, I am that I am no matter what. That's what that means. When I say I am that I am no matter what, it's the decision I've made is already mine no matter what.
And you said we only see 0.001% of reality.
Yeah, even less.
Yeah, that is so wild.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you no lie, it feels like things feel real and things feel like they are what you see.
Yeah.
But then sometimes I just remember, like, snap out and remember, like, okay. Yeah, Alex is saying this is what it was, so I gotta make sure I stick on this track and not go down the next side.
Yeah.
Okay.
You really have this, bro. You really have this. You've already made the choice. Now, I always talk about one of my favorite scriptures, right? Is Romans 11:29. For the gifts and the callings of God are irrevocable. Meaning once the promise is made, once the choice is made, once I have the desire, which is source desiring it through my identity, the promise is done. It's irrevocable. It cannot be turned back, cannot be taken back, right? The only way that it can be taken back is if I start making rules that I don't want to follow. I start saying, oh, I'm out of alignment. Oh, this isn't working. Oh, I'm wavering. All these things. But all of those concepts, wavering, alignment, frequency, are just things that random old ass people came and told us. They don't mean anything. You can't measure your frequency or your alignment or your vibration. You can just walk around and make assumptions. This is the law of assumption that Neville says, right? Not being in alignment is just an assumption. It's just a choice that we make. We don't have to make that choice. We can make the assumption we're always in alignment because we are God, and that's the truth.
Okay, that's facts.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to one of the other things that I'm finally glad I'm able to get over the fact of how,
Yeah.
because that used to be a big, trip of like, how am I going to get this out? But time, that guy there,
Mm-hmm.
how does that work? Like, I've had, I can't even say, I've had like a situation, I think one time I was affirming it for, and I just didn't, and the same thing that you said earlier, I felt like, you know what, I don't deserve this shit, so I don't give a fuck anymore. And so I just like, I don't care, but I was still saying like, oh yeah, she's obsessed with me, whatever, and I just go my day, like on my walk or whatever.
Okay.
And then like, was that like 2 days? 2 days, like she messaged me and then she was like, 2 days later, she just messaged me and said, you miss me? And I looked at my phone and I was like I had to look at it twice, like, And then she was like, okay. Then we talked, and then when she came back, she's like, but you want not to see me? And then I look at my phone again, like I tripping or something, because to see him hard, like she don't talk like that. But
Look at you, bruh. Look at you denying your own reality. What you mean she don't talk like? Of course she does, because it's you and you've made the assumption. But anyways, keep going.
Okay, right? So, with that said, how I got there was because I said, fuck it. I don't give a shit no more. Because I know I deserve better than that, But then it's like, now, it's like I feel like, I don't know, like I've been trying to get back to the place I was in, and you know what? Fuck it, let me see if I can get back there.
Hold up, whoa. Who is the one saying that is the reason why it happened that way? Who is the one saying that?
Me, because it did.
No. It's just you. Because it did, it's just you trying to use something in the external world to validate you. You're basing your identity on the external reality instead of allowing the external reality to adjust to you. You get to make the choice on if that is the truth or not. You're just making an assumption. Right now, you're basically just saying, oh, I am the person that because I was just detached, I was getting it. And so now I have to pull this example from the past to validate who I am. When we talk about detachment, y'all, okay? When we talk about detachment, we're not talking about we're not talking about just having a desire and not giving a damn. This is just a law that you are creating. When I talk about detachment, I'm saying I look at the reality and I see everything is perfect. It's all unfolding perfectly for me. Everything is perfect. I'm detached from how it looks. I'm detached from how it looks. When I'm saying detachment, I'm not saying you don't give a damn. If you are about to get evicted, go and be detached from getting that damn rent money and see how that works out. Be detached from getting that money and see how that works out, right? So whether you want it bad or you don't want it bad, that makes no difference. The only person that is making up those rules are you. It's you. I know, look, you want it because you want it. It's okay to want it. We demonize our desires. As y'all act like your desires are secret fetishes that you have. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I like when thermometers are bought in the bedroom, right? We act like these are these dark, deep desires that nobody can find out or else we can't get them. The only person that's making up those rules are y'all. It's us. We have final say-so. Reality does not dictate what happens. You do. And if you stay attached to the story that I can only get it when I don't give a damn, that's law. That's an assumption. You are creating
it. Okay, so I definitely need to drop that one then.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Yeah. So why did it come in fast? And then it's like now I feel like they're like, okay, I'm telling the story of this minute.
Yeah, you are. You are. Why it came in fast is because you said, fuck it, it's going to come in. It's done. I have it. That's why it came fast. That was wild to say. But you can make the same decision right now. You can make the same decision in all of it. You can say, oh, you know what? Doesn't matter what I was thinking. She's mine. Doesn't matter what my emotions are telling me. She's mine. It doesn't matter. You can tell that story still.
Even after, everything I was thinking, I can still tell the same story. I can still go back and
Absolutely
get it right.
Yeah, the only thing that matters is right now. Right now overrides everything. The moment that you believe that shit, I've always been loved, it's the moment that reality, the past and the future change to show you that. Everything. I told y'all the story at the moment this woman stopped believing that she was ever unloved, even though all these men were cheating on her, leaving her, ghosting her. And she started being like, oh my God, I'm always loved because sources always loved me. The moment that she decided that, right? 2 days later, she sent me all these letters with all these men from her past confessing their love. I've always loved you. Because the past, everything has to conform to who you're being right now. Right now is all that matters.
And that's actually, like, a lot of things that you say make a lot of sense because you talked about the power of now too, and then I started to read a book that you suggested, The Power of Now.
Yeah.
And it was saying that, you said everything is moment to moment. And if we think about the past, we bring that to now. If we think about the future, we bring that to now. And I say, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So I remember when I first came on the live, and I started to go down memory lane, and he was like, oh, no, you don't need to go all the way down there.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are you cutting me off all the way up there? But when I read the book, I was like, okay, it makes sense. Because if I'm choosing a different version, I don't need to bring the past to now because I'm going to keep that one alive.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. You don't even want that version of them anymore. That version of them is gone. It's dead. It's stuck in this reality. You're choosing a completely different version of them to step forward anyway. So it's no need telling that old story. Like I said, it doesn't matter if she was for the streets 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
Okay. So one thing that also when you say you didn't even want that version of her anymore, or you don't want that, like, why are we holding on to this version, but we don't want that no more? You're talking about just the thoughts and stuff that we've had about this version here, right?
I'm talking about the whole person. I'm talking about this version of them that's standing in front of you, the version of somebody that might have ghosted me or cheated on me or does not see the divinity in me. I don't want them. I don't want that version of them at all. I want a completely new version of them that is in alignment with how I see myself. And how I see myself is someone that is worthy of being adored, right? I want her to rub my feet, right? So it's accepting, it's that radical acceptance of who you are right now and saying, okay, who I am right now, this person must come forward to match. So I no longer want to deal with that version of them at all. I want to deal with this version of them. It'll be the same avatar, right? It'll be the same avatar, but it's going to be a completely different version of them. That's why odd things do happen with these SP stories, where sometimes the SPs come and they don't have they don't remember certain things anymore. Of course they don't, because it's a different version of them. Like you're romanticizing and falling in love with a different version of them. Go ahead.
So how do you interact with them though, if you are choosing a different version from what you would have experienced now?
Oh, normally. You react with them normally. You just keep your perception focused on who they are, knowing that they will prove and they will rearrange themselves to show you who they are, and it must match what you want.
Even still keep
Yeah.
that new story that I want.
Absolutely. Your identity is first, circumstances second. Don't choose them, and then because you see something, change your choice and be like, oh, man, I must not be doing it right, or this. No, stay in your identity. This version of her is fading away, and a new version is stepping forward.
All right. I think I could lock that one in. I could lock that one in.
Beautiful.
My last question for you is related to money, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't have no qualms in, like, with money or anything.
Mm-hmm.
However, I am trying to manifest like a large lump sum in my bank account, and one of my debts being paid off.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
No, but let me tell you this one thing though. That happened before. And I don't even know how this. Okay, so I wasn't even consciously doing this, but I just said I had a credit card that was actually, because I was in an accident, I actually wasn't making the payments. I couldn't make the payments on time because I was hospitalized.
Yeah.
Now, after when I came out of the hospital, which some months later, those fees accumulated. So when they sent the email, I was like, well, I know how to get paid. That's something gonna happen, but I know I can be paying it because I got it to pay anyway. But anyway, give it like maybe like a month later or so, I got an email, and the email said that $2,200 is being deposited to your credit card. So again, I look at the email as, I rest my phone down, I pick it back up just to make sure like I ain't seeing things, because anybody but me know like I have a credit card that's overdue.
Yeah.
And that was the exact amount.
Yeah.
And so I said, maybe they make a mistake. Let me leave it for like a week or two, and see what happens. Then a week or two, a week and a half came by, and I remembered it, and I was like, oh, okay, it's good. Nobody said nothing. So I said, but I don't want to go in and close with this card. I want to close with the card. I don't want to go in and close with the card. And I said, but anyway, let me call to make sure, like, that deposit was actually to my credit card. So when I called, they said, everything's okay. I said, yeah. I just want to make sure, like, everything's paid. They said, yeah, it's paid in full. I was like, so, can I get the code for my online account so I could check it there? She said, well, it's been closed out. You didn't want it to be closed out? And I was like to myself, no way. I swear to God, I had no conversation with nobody.
Yeah.
I did not affirm anything. All I said was, I don't want to go inside the bank. I want to close it up. I don't want to go in the bank.
Okay.
And she told me it was closed up.
Okay.
So it was paid off and closed up.
Okay. Look. So basically everything went perfectly. Everything was exactly the way that you decreed it to be.
Even though I didn't know I was decreeing it that way, but yes.
You knew that you decreed it that way. You did decree it that way. You said it at the beginning of the story. That's what you wanted. So a desire is the same as asking. Desiring it is the exact same as asking. You don't have to affirm. You don't have to visualize. You don't have to do state akin to sleep. You simply have to ask. The asking or the desiring, the wanting. You don't even have to ask. The desiring is God wanting it through y'all. Did y'all hear this story? Did anybody hear? I ain't hear nobody say, oh my goodness, or what the hell, or wow, what a miracle. My brother just broke down a miracle to y'all. An absolute miracle without affirming. Without state akin to sleep. Simply by desiring. How? Because the desire is God wanting to experience it through you. You are the center of it all. And the moment you start moving through life like this, the desire is the promise. The desire is the fulfillment. The desire is pointing me to who I really am. Now miracles can happen. You are the miracle. You are the miracle. I'm not surprised it happened at all. I told y'all it's the same shit that happened to my rent. It was just paid off magically. Yes, sir, it's paid. Okay. I ain't paid the shit. This is beautiful, bro. It's beautiful.
So you're saying I could just say like, hey, I would really like to have, I really like for this to be paid off, or
Yes.
and it can happen that way too.
Absolutely. With everything. That's the magic of it, right? We're the one who put these rules on it and say, oh, I have to affirm and stay again asleep and do this and do that and da. We put all these stipulations. We're not even supposed to know about all that shit. Affirming, visualizing. We're not supposed to know about this shit. The desire is God wanting it through you. You are God. You are the miracle. You simply need to want something to have it. I heard some people be like, no, the want doesn't get it. Well, when you understand what the desire is, of course it can. The desire is source wanting it through you. So of course wanting it is enough, because wanting is fulfillment. When you understand what wanting is, now all those things can be given to you. You just got, like, God just gave you this divine thing and said, look, shit, I can handle whatever. I can handle whatever. Now you just have to walk in the knowing that source can handle whatever. And this can happen with whatever bill. There's nothing big or small to the divine. We're the ones who perceive things as big and small.
But even when there is a deadline, and I know you talked about deadlines,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just said even if the deadline came and you don't see it, you still have it.
Bruh, you what did you say? You said, look, it's gonna get paid. I ain't gonna pay it. I don't know who the hell's gonna pay it, but it's gonna get paid. That's what you said, right? You went to the unconditional knowing that it was done. That's the same thing that you have to do with this deadline. Make it unconditional. I don't give a damn. Like I don't give a damn if the deadline's here, passed, kicked out. It goes beyond logic. It's gonna be paid no matter what. Point blank. Period. The deadline, it's just a state of limitation. It's not. It doesn't exist. It's just a word, and words have no, like, these physical conditions have no say so with the divine. We're the ones who give them power. We speak of deadline like it's the gatekeeper of death, but it's not. It's just a deadline. It's just a word. You are the person that has it. It's already paid off, no matter what.
Man, all right. Okay. I got you. So next time you hear from me, I'll have a success story.
Facts. Facts. I can't wait.
Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother. All right. First of all, let's talk about that. Did you hear that? Did anybody hear that? Did y'all not just get a major realization from this? My brother said, I wanted this to be paid. I got this bill. And I said, I don't know who the hell is going to pay it. I ain't finna pay that shit. But it's going to get paid. This is what he said. He simply sat in the decision. He simply chose. He made a choice. And it was done. And then he said, bro, it's going to be closed. I'm going to close it. I just want it to be closed. I don't even want to go in there. I just want it to be closed. And guess what happened? Paid and closed. Look, y'all. No amount of money is big or small to the source, the power within you that creates worlds. Nothing. No situation is big or small. Your SP's not more stubborn than other people. You are the miracle. When you start choosing, unconditionally choosing, you open yourself to miracles. Even what he said earlier was not about detachment. When he was talking about his SP. When he said something, he was like, I don't care what it looks like. She's already mine. That was not about detachment. That was about an unconditional choice. I don't give a damn what it looks like. It can look like the opposite. But I am who I say I am, no matter what. I am that I am, no matter what. It is a choice. Reality is just waiting on your divine choice. Your divine choice. Let's just sit in that for a second. What is possible when you choose? When you unconditionally choose. When you say, I don't care what it looks like. Fuck, I don't give a damn what anything looks like. It can look like it's falling apart. Don't care. It is what it is. Right? You gonna do what? This girl threatening me. Threatening my beard. First of all, you could probably cut my hair in your reality, but in my reality, no. In my reality, nah. No, I will let you edge it one day. Probably not for like a year or two. Because I like the rough look. It's my thing. I've only let one person cut my beard. And I go back to them all the time. You know, as men and our barbers, it's a close connection. Faithful to my barber. I'm faithful to my barber. I'm still tripping on the comment that said 5 minutes ago she was for the streets. It don't matter. And I ain't gonna lie, I feel that. Because I'm freaky anyway. So, streets for the streets or not for the streets, it's fine with me. It is all fine with me. Circumstances don't matter, so stay in. Absolutely. Circumstances never matter. Never have, never will. Right? No, you're absolutely right. It really does not matter. It does not matter. What you say now is what it is. The streets ain't a limitation for me. I like fun. I play in the streets. Shit, I run across the street. I play in traffic. You feel me? That don't matter to me. The streets are a limitation. Not for your boy. Limitless. Yeah, we perfect now. Streets was the past. Keep a couple of them street tendencies though for your boy. Don't come with me. Don't get boring when you come over here with me. I need a couple of them tendencies still. How you doing, man?
Hello, hi, Alex. I think it's gonna be short, so because you just like covered so much, but I just want to stay in here anyway.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're here.
So, my question was that I was holding for was just affirmations. So, like, for example, like hold on, let me get my words.
Okay, cool. I didn't have to say anything. I'm glad you said that.
So the way that I'm using affirmations to like, when I speak over my life,
Okay.
I guess. So I'll say, I'm already married, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's right. Okay, I know you said like, we just create all these stories, like we're telling these different stories.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can't get my question together.
No,
so
no problem.
after
Ooh,
what
take your time.
happened, I'm like, wait, do I even need to ask this? So I don't know, like that was my question though. Like I am like affirming and saying things like I'm already married, you know, I already make X amount of money, which I'm very comfortable with that one. But for some reason the relationship one is a little gives me, I don't know, like some feedback that makes me feel like I'm not doing the right thing.
Perfect. Let's talk about that. Why does it give you this feedback, and why does the feedback matter?
I don't Maybe because I want it so bad, or because I'm not totally clear about what I want. Like, I don't have a specific SP. Like, there is someone from my past that I think I would prefer, but I'm not even really clear on that. So
That doesn't
that's
matter.
why.
That's fine. That doesn't even matter. So when is the last time that you actually sat in your discomfort? When's the last time that like sat in your discomfort? So when you are having a thought and you feel like, why am I feeling a certain type of way when I'm doing this affirmation? What do you do when you feel that way?
I don't know. I think I just kind of try to like. I really don't know. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I feel like when I have that thought, I try to figure out why I'm feeling separation, I guess. Like I'm
Separation.
thinking of it like it's not here now. For some reason, it just doesn't settle with me as having it now. It just feels like I can say, oh, I make, X amount of money per month, and I'm totally comfortable with that. But when I say I'm married already, and I have a wonderful husband who takes great care of me, I don't know what to do with that one. I really don't know.
Gotcha. And you believe that the feeling is throwing you off. The feeling is keeping you out of, I guess, the acceptance of the truth of what you're affirming.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I feel like I'm not gonna really get it in a sense for some reason.
Gotcha. Gotcha. We do put a lot of emphasis on our feelings. I already see. I believe that you're putting too much emphasis on your feelings. Why? How do you define faith? How do you find faith or commitment or not commitment, faith or conviction or belief? How do you define these things?
So it has changed a lot. I've been listening to you for probably about a month and a half, so it has changed.
Oh, you're a veteran.
I
Okay.
didn't come to it. Yeah. So I have come to the realization that I don't, that I only see, like if I'm sitting in my house, I only see what's inside of my house. I can't even if I go outside, I can only see what's right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, in order for me to have faith, I have to believe in what I can't see.
Okay. But what? Okay. So belief. Let's talk about belief. You have to believe in what you can't see. How do you define belief?
I guess belief is something that I accept as true.
And how do you accept it as true?
Sorry. These are great questions. Okay, how do I accept it as true?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. I
Cause
don't
you,
know how to answer that. How do I accept it as true?
is it based on the feeling?
Is it?
It's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like you're leading me to. Is a feeling of accepting.
Oh. So my feeling is what's throwing me off.
It is, right? You are already everything you desire to be. Even when Jesus, your I am awareness, Yeshua was saying, I am the truth. That affirmation of I am the truth. Whatever you say that you are is the truth. Whatever you say in the name or within the name of your I am awareness, within the name of Christ within you is the truth. So you saying it is true. Now, when we start to attach feelings to it, remember, your feelings are always going to change. Some days you're going to feel good about what you say. Some days you're not going to feel so good about yourself or about what you say. But faith or belief or conviction is just your commitment to the story. It's your commitment to who you are no matter what. Who you are is above your feelings, your emotions, the circumstances, even your passing thoughts. Who you are is above all of that. So it's that commitment to that story. You're not off. You're not off track. You're not out of alignment. You're not doing anything wrong except for believing that your feelings dictate your acceptance of your story. You are everything you desire to be, no matter how you feel. Hell, no matter even if your thoughts start racing. It's just a perfect opportunity for you to remind yourself at the end of those thoughts racing that I still am everything I desire to be, no matter what.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. I've heard you say that. I don't know why I just did not connect the dots on that.
That's why I'm glad you came up. That's why I love when y'all come up here, man. Because I can ramble all day. Sometimes it just helps to hear it straight up.
Yeah, to hear you say it directly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just I started feeling that no, that's not gonna happen. That's not true. Okay.
That's the ego's job, right? The ego's always gonna want to keep you safe. And those thoughts, those emotions are always going to be changing. Trying to catch your emotions and feel good about everything that you're saying, man, that's going to be a frustrating battle. Trying to control all your thoughts, that's going to be a frustrating battle. But you are the perfection behind your emotions, behind your thoughts. You are the awareness, the consciousness, the I am behind it all. And so you can make the decision that you are already everything you desire to be, no matter what.
Okay, that's it.
That's
Thank
it.
you
Absolutely.
so much.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. I expect a wedding invite, by the way. I love weddings.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I will, I'll definitely send you my success story for sure.
I appreciate it.
And yeah.
Appreciate
But
it.
thank you so much.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. All right, y'all. I haven't said this lately. First of all, it's beautiful. First of all, okay. Let me reiterate something. The other day, I was saying, man, I love seeing these miracles and hearing these success stories. I love hearing these miracles and hearing these success stories. But really, what was happening on all the discussions we were having that day was it was just clicking for people. And there was a comment that was like, what success stories? Y'all, the miracle is in the knowing of who you are. Therefore, everything can be added to you. That is the miracle. The miracle happens long before you see anything in physical reality. Physical reality is just you. It's a byproduct of you. The miracle is when it snaps, when it clicks, when you make the decision to say, oh, I get it. Let's go. That is the miracle. Everything else is just a byproduct. That is the success. The success story is you saying, I choose this. This is it. I've got it now. I'm moving forward. That is the miracle. I do love success stories, of course. Y'all know I love success stories, right? But that is the miracle. You are the miracle. So when you decide, when it clicks, when the information finally seeps in, you say, boom, I got this shit. That is the absolute miracle. That is the success story, right? That was point number one. Point number two. I love weddings. Okay, haven't said this lately. Right? I've got one client wedding I'm going to in a couple weeks. Okay, I can't wait. If y'all are getting married, okay, whether you believe I had something to do with it or not, right? If you are on this live stream, if you are a client, I love weddings. I expect the wedding invites. All right. I would absolutely love to be at your wedding. I give great wedding gifts. I'll turn you up or whoever up, whatever the case may be. I'll entertain the bridesmaids. If you need me to do it, I'll do whatever, right? I just, you know what I'm saying? I just like weddings. So introduce me or invite your boy to the wedding. Thank you. I don't even need a +1. I'll show up alone. All right? Cool. I'll come to the Netherlands. Hell yeah, I'll come to the Netherlands, bro. I'm international. I am international. What you mean? Your boy is unlimited. I'm not bound. I'm not bound by anything. Hold it, y'all. I'm about to go to the bathroom, though. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Y'all entertain each other for a second. Somebody tell a story. Tell a joke. Wow, y'all really didn't say shit. Y'all were just sitting in here, huh? Just blinking at the screen. Everybody just waiting. Who's gonna type something? I'm shy. All right, how to deal with physical pain while working on, that's an interesting word, working on manifesting perfect health. All right? Go ahead, Miss Pink Dragon. Tell a joke while I think of this answer. Or while I say this answer. Right? How to deal with physical pain while working on manifesting perfect health. First of all, the physical pain is not something that you need to suppress. You handle it as best as you can. You just stay in the knowing that you are absolutely perfect, absolutely in perfect health, and everything in your reality right now is rearranging to reflect that to you, point blank, period. It's not about suppressing. It's not about pretending you're not in pain. It's not about acting a certain way. It is simply in your knowing that you are perfect and healthy. That's it. That you are perfect and healthy. That is it. It is seeing yourself as the God that you are. Seeing yourself as the perfect vessel for the divine that you already are. And then allowing everything to unfold from that knowing. That's it. It's the same way you do everything, right? It would be like saying how to deal with the unfavorable situation with an SP if you're trying to manifest them. Okay, you see them as perfect. You stay in the knowing of who they are. Whatever happens on the way, it happens. That is what it is. It happens. You deal with it as best as you can, knowing it's already yours. Therefore, reality must rearrange. How do you get prosperity? Well, you assume you are prosperity. What happens if the bills show up? What happens if all these things show up? You are prosperity no matter what. You deal with those things as best as you can, knowing that you are prosperity no matter what shows up. So everything is the same, y'all. It's all the same template. There's no magical process on how you have to do something to get something. You saying that you have to do something to get something is you saying you're not it. What joke did you tell? Sweaty palms. Look. First of all, your whatever you said might have got filtered because I don't see any comment from you, or you're just not telling the truth. Trying to claim a joke that's not yours, huh? Because I don't have any notification of anything getting filtered. Now that I'm really looking through this. Said it wasn't even dirty. That's how you know the joke was dirty. When you got to say it wasn't even dirty, that's how you know it was dirty. It was dirty as hell. telling these freaky ass jokes in this PG chat. That is crazy. It wasn't even that dirty. Here come the dirtiest joke I've ever heard. Go ahead and say it. Say it again. Now I'm interested. Don't edge us like that, right? Go on and get to it. Oh no, we can wait. We got time. Trust me, these lives last for hours anyway. We got time. Ooh-wee. It was legs. Oh, it was a dad joke. All right, go ahead. Have I ever told y'all the time that I've been in some interesting. Yeah, it filtered it again. Nothing filtered. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I would have got a notification that said comments have been filtered in this live. Look at you. Too shy to tell the joke. It's okay. It's all right. Have I ever told y'all the time where I had a roach infested apartment? Have I ever told y'all that? Have I ever told y'all the story about my roach infested apartment? I was talking to somebody about it earlier. I was on the phone with somebody. I'm just an open book, apparently. Just meeting new women, and all of a sudden I'm telling them about the situations where I had a roach infested apartment. Okay, I did. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all again anyway, because I remember I did anyway. So, I was in Monroe, Louisiana. Okay, Monroe, Louisiana. I had just moved out of an apartment. And I was going to move into another one. This apartment was a little distance away, but in the meantime, I had moved out of one apartment. I put all my stuff in storage because I wasn't even looking for anything yet. Man, I'm a Scorpio. How you know? How you knew that? Let me find out you trying to Google my birthday and shit. All right, so I've had all my stuff in storage. So I go and get this new apartment. The first day I move in, I'm just ready to get into the crib. I didn't bring anything but clothes for the next day and an air mattress. This is it. That's all I got. I got the keys and I walked in. I should have never walked in. From the moment I walked in, it was chaos. All right. So I walked in. It was right before the sun went down. I was like, I'll just bring my shit tomorrow. Thinking back on it, I'm very grateful for this decision. Right. You know what I'm saying? The universe works in mysterious ways sometimes. So I put my one pair of clothes down and I blow up my air mattress. I had a real good air mattress back in the day. I blew it up, turned off the lights, laid down. As soon as I turned off the lights, I hear. So I'm tripping. I'm like, what the fuck is there a mouse in my crib? Is there a fucking rat running across here? So I just get up and I go turn off the light. There was a roach. This roach was so fucking fat. It was so fat that it was running up the wall and it was falling because it was too heavy. It was just running up and it would fall because it was too fucking thick to get up the wall. From that day forward, it was war with the roaches. They weren't even scared of me. They were in every single place. I remember I went to the office and had told them about this. I was like, hey, bro, I got roaches. And they were just like, oh, what? And I'm talking to the neighbors like, bro, do y'all not have them? They're like, oh, yeah, we just deal with it. Like, deal with it? What do you mean deal with? Like, sleep with them? Like, what's deal with it, right? So I'm tripping out. So I had left the crib and I came back. They had sprayed, but they just took the regular Raid bottles and sprayed. Okay. Now, as soon as I started seeing roaches, I became a roachologist. I started studying everything about them, right? I was like, oh, they carry diseases. They're bad for people with respiratory problems. You know that, let me tell you how disgusting roaches are. Do you know that roaches, how they mark where they're going is they mark with feces. Like they step in their feces and they walk to mark where they're going. That is disgusting. And let me tell y'all something else that's very, 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 very disrespectful. Let me tell y'all something else that's going to piss you off, okay? Do you know that if a roach is touched by a human, they will run away and they will bathe themselves? The audacity of these motherfuckers. They will bathe themselves as if we're the dirty ones. As if we're the fucking dirty ones. Think about that shit. Think about that shit, bruh. That's ridiculous, all right? So let me tell y'all, like, okay, there were roaches coming out of everywhere. The drains in the sink, the fucking ceilings. They were at all kinds of them. Like fat ones, long skinny ones, short thick ones, little mini ones, everywhere, okay? So I remember I walked into the bathroom one morning. I'm already always on edge. This was like the third day I was there, okay? Walk in the bathroom, and I go to pee, and I open my eyes, and there's two, like, they look like the final bosses of roaches. One of them bitches is tall and skinny, a good old Don Corleone ass fucking roach. The other one is short, a little fat, stubby one. It's like, God, there's a penguin in this motherfucker? Let me tell you why they just looked at me. I'm peeing, they're just looking at me. And I had, like, by this, it was the third, I had roach spray everywhere. Everywhere, roach spray. I finished peeing. I went and grabbed her. Tell me, as soon as I touched the bottle, both of them just took the fuck off running. There was a little ass crack in the wall, and it was disgusting. Both of them shoved their big asses through the fucking crack and just disappeared. It was like a cartoon. Like, you know how the cartoons, they'll just like wiggle and just pop through? That's what they did. It was fucking disgusting. All right, so I became a roachologist. I remember after the apartment sprayed, I went back to the apartment and I was like, hey, bruh, I still have hella roaches. I knew they came because all my cabinets were just open. Like, they didn't give a damn. I was like, look, I still have them. I walked back and there were like 6 dead ones there. Like 6 dead roaches. So I'm telling them like, hey, bro, look, I still have roaches. They're just dead. You know what the fucking complex told me? You know what that old woman told me? She told me, oh, because they're dead, it's proof that it's working. Boy, I almost lost my shit. I lost my shit when she said that. Everybody in there got cussed out. Everybody, okay? So that's when I was like, look, I'm not paying y'all shit. Let me break the lease. I got to get the fuck out of here. I'm not paying for shit and I'm not staying here. And they're just looking scared, like, oh, this big black dude. So I ended up going to court. By this, so matter of fact, what I started doing, I stopped staying there for a while. But I would go there and I would just take pictures of every single roach. Every time I saw one, every single roach, I would send a picture to the office. Like, look, they're still here. Hey, they're still here. Look, they're still here. Get me out this lease, they're still here. Hey, they're still here. And I would like send them long messages about how they need to get an exterminator. Bruh, bring a fucking exterminator. Like, you can't just spray a roach. Roaches, they eat that shit. They dust that shit off. You spray a roach with some shit, it's just gonna dust that shit off and come back tomorrow. Like, this nigga tripping today. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye. And then they'll just come right back. That's the nature of them. You gotta like go hit them in their nest. You gotta uproot that shit. So I'm telling them like, bro, don't fucking bring no goddamn raid can in here. Do not bring a raid can in here. You better get an exterminator. And they didn't. And all the neighbors were just fine. So Ended up going to court because I was like, I'm not paying this shit. And so they were like, oh, we're going to evict you. I was like, bitch, fine. Evict the fuck out of me, please. But I'm not finna pay this shit, all right? So I went to court. And I remember showing up to court. Court started at like, let's just say it started at like 10. I got there at like 10:03, okay? I'm walking there because I had a fucking job at the time, right? So I'm walking in court, and they're acting like it's over. As soon as I walk in, they're acting like it's over. Like her and the judge are laughing. That pissed me off even more. What the fuck are you laughing about? I'm sitting here with roaches in my apartment. You over here having giggle time with the goddamn judge? All right, bet, right? So they introduced me or whatever, and I just went off. Not went off like cussing. I just went off like, I gave all the details. I basically gave you already know how I am on these lectures. I gave them a fucking lesson on roaches. These are the diseases they carry. Do you know it's bad for people with respiratory problems to be around roaches? Yada, yada. This is how they travel. This is how they move. This is how you actually have to eliminate them. This apartment did nothing of that sort. This is what they were doing. I said, sir, Your Honor, I have the pictures. Do you want to see these pictures? The judge is cracking up this whole time, but I'm dead serious. He said, okay, cool. What he said, can you be out? Or he said, what do you want? I said, bro, I just want to be out. I want to be out. I don't want to pay for this, and I want to get out this lease. He said, when can you be going? I said, I'll be going tonight. I don't have shit in there anyway. You can keep the hair mattress. Keep it. I don't care. He said, okay, cool. Get out. Bet. I went straight to that place, put my key on that shit, and left. They sent me a bill though later for the rent. And they still sent me a bill. I said, oh, hell no. But thankfully, you know what I'm saying? Thankfully, at that time, I was a Googleologist. So I just studied the law and got my way out of this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? But man, bro, that shit was terrible. That shit was terrible. I'm talking about wake up with a roach on the ceiling, just looking at you like you're the intruder. Like, bitch, I pay rent here. What the fuck is you looking at me for like that? They got the way that they were acting, like they should have brought shit. Like y'all could bring groceries or something. There were so many of them. So many of them. And they were just, they were so fucking, them hoes look like, yeah, we've seen your kind before. We know that you won't be here long. You know, this human thinks he can outlast us. So that was my roach experience. They were beyond in the walls. Because I bombed that place and everything. I bombed that hole like 4 or 5 times. I bombed the shit out of that place. Man. I'm talking about, it was all kinds of species. I learned about all kinds of species, German roaches. I learned about them. I was studying them. They thought they were trying to terrorize me. I was studying them hoes. All right? Shit was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But fortunately, I forced my way up out of there. I'm talking about from night one. Night one. It was like the granddaddy of all of them came out the first night to intimidate me. I ain't never seen a roach so fat it couldn't walk up the wall. My goodness. It was so big. Oh, it was so big. The ringleader. He was coming out to mark the territory. The Godfather. The fucking leader is crazy. The ancestral roaches. The Akashic roaches. These roaches were the timekeepers. You walk in that hole and they're in that bitch meditating. They're in that bitch doing a spell. Summoning spell. God damn. These motherfuckers. You put a plate of food down there, just pick up that plate and run away with it. Y'all were disgusting. Disgusting. They're like, yeah, Alex, manifest us away then. You know what you doing, manifest us away. Bitch ass nigga, we gonna be here. I'm like, all right, that's cool. I picked that. Yeah, try that manifesting shit now. With your broke ass. All right, I got it. That's why I was in the bathtub doing that spell with the ribbons. A roach removal spell. All right, so if I drop the salt in the cauldron in the water and tie the ribbon, I had to catch one of the roaches and tie a ribbon around it. So if I catch one of these bitches and tie the ribbon around it and drop it in the salt water, right? And then I let the ashes of the ancestral roach flame up through the crib, and then they will leave. Man, that shit was terrible. Terrible. I remember telling my sister about it at the time. Her ass could not laugh hard enough. Her ass could not laugh hard enough about it. She was like, damn, that sucks. What you mean that sucks? I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. I think she was getting ready to go to law school at the time. Cause this was a long time ago. Yeah, I think she was getting ready. And she was just excited because I said I was gonna go to court. She was like, what? I'm gonna go to court? I'm like, are you not listening to anything else that I'm saying? That's the only thing that you care about? You're gonna go to court? Can I help you? I was in Louisiana. She's not even licensed. She didn't even have. I'm like, how are you gonna help me? How are you gonna help me? You're not even in law school yet. So it was pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, that's why when I go on apartment tours, like for a long time, I would be so particular about them. Like I have to look behind every cabinet. Bitch, I better not see a fucking roach leg in this motherfucker. I better not see a roach leg in this motherfucker. Because I'm finna go fucking crazy. Crazy, right? So I pay attention to all that shit now. But I haven't had that issue in a while. That's even why I like high rises. So I had high rise. I always would get like the top floor. Bitch, put me at the top where the roaches can't go. I don't want to see a goddamn roach. But I will tell you, I have seen a roach in a high rise before. And guess what I did? I went straight to the fucking office. Hey, look, we got a fucking problem. Why the fuck is this guy on the 22nd floor? Why? Shoot, and you know what's interesting is I had so in between high rise, I stayed in this place in Richardson. And across from it was like a Whole Foods. Like across the street was a Whole Foods and a whole bunch of shopping places. Like a whole bunch of like restaurants. And I remember I used to always walk over there. And you know, with restaurants come roaches. So I walk over there and I would see some roaches. I'm like, oh, okay, they're still across the street. Tell me why these motherfuckers started getting closer and closer. It was like, no, now they're on the street. And like a couple weeks later, I was like, oh shit, I'm seeing one by the front door. And my door was right by the garage entry. I was like, oh shit. Then I remember the day I saw one in the hallway by my crib, I said, fuck, here we go. Looking back on it now, it's absolutely my story. It was absolutely my story looking back at it right now. I was just like, why? As soon as I saw it in the hallway, I started looking for new places. It's like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. Because anytime I get an apartment, I'll get the shortest lease, and I always do month to month. Because I want to be able to move whenever the fuck I feel like it. All right? As soon as I saw that little critter running across the hallway, I said, thank you. It's a sign. It's a sign from the heavens that it's time for me to move. God wants me to experience better. Sources desiring a new apartment through me. Let's get the fuck out of here. So I was out. I was absolutely out. Absolutely out. But I will tell you, you absolutely will. If you look, you will find. You absolutely will. But I will tell you this, right? So if I had the understanding that I had right now, all of this would be fine. But I will tell you this. I have a bias. I still do have a bias. I don't want when I go visit a new city, okay, when I visit a new city, I want to go to a hole-in-the-wall restaurant, all right? I want to go, I'm like, look, bro, I'm in Baltimore, show me the best spot in Baltimore for me to get this or that. Show me the best part in Chicago, right? If I don't perceive that this place might have some roaches, it's not good enough for me. Because if it's not good enough for the roaches to be there, I know, I just said something. You just thought about that, huh? So it's a love-hate relationship with the roaches. It's a love-hate relationship with the roaches. Like, it ain't good enough for the roaches to be there. It ain't good enough for your boy to be there. Right? That's what I like to see. Yeah. Like if I go to a Nigerian restaurant, I don't want my cook to be able to speak English. I want her to only speak Igbo. Right? If I go to a Mexican restaurant, I don't want the cook to speak English. I want to say hola, what's up? I want that. I want to have to read the menu. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like. I want to go to the heart of it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You go to a Chinese restaurant, I don't want you speaking English. I want to know this is straight from the crib. This is straight from you coming straight from Nigeria with it, baby. Bring me some of that motherland. Authentic. Fresh off the boat. Like a couple of my cousins, fresh off the boat. Couple of my cousins, you know what I'm saying? They'll tell you they 21, they really about 33 right now. Yes. Anyways, man, y'all are ridiculous. I can't even stay serious with y'all. You just always taking me off the topics. Talking about roaches, talking about toes, talking about thermometers and booty holes. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Oh, by the way, today is my mom and dad's anniversary. It's their anniversary. Guess how long they've been married? If anybody guesses, you get a prize. Who's talking about myself? I'm not talking about myself. What you talking about? Okay, we got a 50, 35, 45, 45, 44, 37. Ooh, that was close. 34, 40, 43, 38, 40, 50, 55. Damn, 55 years? 69. Who freaky ass said? Or did I just see a number? Not 60. God damn, how old y'all think my parents are? Shit. 60? Come on, Lucas. What you trying to say, bruh? And the winner is 2 people tied. Oh, 3 people tied. Oh, 4 people tied. I guess whoever got it first. Who said? Brittany Brooks. 36. 36 is the correct answer. You have won. What you have won is a hand clap. Thank you. That was perfect. What a beautiful guess. What is a beautiful guess, right? But yeah, 36 years. They've been married for 36 beautiful years. right? 36 beautiful years. It was cool. I was over there, and I ended up getting them like some nothing but cakes. I got them. What you mean that's not right? What you mean that's not right? I got them some nothing but cakes, and then I took them to this place. If you ever had Thai food, if you're ever in Dallas and you want some Thai food, it's a spot called Zap Kitchen. ZAAP Kitchen. ZAAP, yes, ZAAP. It's a Thai spot. It's so good. So fucking good, right? I ain't eat it today, but I got them a bunch of curry and stuff. And then, yeah. Getting up and dancing is crazy. Crazy. How old am I? Old enough. Girl, old enough to be all of y'all's parents. I'm old enough to be all of y'all's dad, for real. Facts. Same thing. Dad, daddy, same thing. It's all a matter of perception, right? It's all a matter of perception. I think y'all underestimate my age for real. You truly do. You underestimate how old I am. I've been here for several decades. I've been here for several decades, you know? 36. Good guess. Good guess. Good guess. It's a great guess. So you think so what you trying to say about my parents? What you trying to say about my parents? They got married the same time as me. So you think my mom was just wedding pregnant? Is that what you're saying? Oh, if I'm 37, so I'm the reason my parents got married. Huh? They had me, and then all of a sudden they said, fuck it. I guess we got to do this shit. We got his black ass. Come on. Let's go get married now. Nah, hell no. My parents loved them. They loved each other long before me. This is a true love story we're talking about. Everything is within simple. Everything without is a myth. Absolutely true. People use the Bible religion as a story to control lives, something everyone wants to have over something or someone control. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. That's why we have to see through the veil, right? And we see through the veil by actually digging deeper into Scripture and digging deeper into ourselves. Therefore dismantling that illusion, right? Because even control is an illusion. Even control is an illusion. First of all, y'all. First of all, okay. I had an older brother. Okay. I have an older brother. He transitioned. He passed away. And I have a younger sister. Alright? So let me put that out there. Okay, let me put that out there. So all of y'all saying that I look like I'm goddamn 40. Hey, chill out. Chill out. Okay. It's no such thing as middle child syndrome. That don't even make sense. I'll be a goddamn daddy when I'm 25, 30, 35, 40. Shit, I'll be a goddamn daddy. The beard does add some years, though. The beard adds some years for sure. I know, I'm not saying 40 years old. Yeah, it's not old. Is there an age in your mind that when you were young you thought it was old, and now that you are a certain age you're like, that's not old? I know oftentimes people have these big dreams for even like 25, 28. They're like, oh, when I'm 25 I'm gonna be married with 3 kids. Then you're 25 and you're fucking day drinking. Day drinking with your other 3 single friends. Right? You're 28 and you're just getting into corporate America trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. I thought people at this age had their life together. 35? That's your last answer? Is that your final answer? Good try. Good try. That was a great try. 36, that's your final answer? 33, final answer, huh? 37, final answer. 33, 37, 30. Look at all these 30s, these beautiful numbers. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Look, I just told y'all my parents' wedding anniversary is 36 years, right? I have an older brother. Okay? And I have a younger sister. Y'all are still telling me that I'm 37 years old. What are y'all trying to say? All right, everybody, great tries, but nobody is right so far. Great tries, but nobody is right so far. It is what it is. It is what it is. Could be a year, it could be months. Hell, it could be a couple of days older than me. He could be a Scorpio as well. He could be a Scorpio as well. You never know. Look at y'all just throwing out numbers. 23, 44, 36, 27. Don't worry about how old my mom is. Look at you. You know I can't tell my mom's age. My mom is a lady. My mom is a lady. How disrespectful of you. Let me see, Brittany, if you got it right. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Dang. Close, but nah. Close, but nah. Nah. Good try, though. I appreciate y'all. This was a beautiful discussion, guys. This is an absolute beautiful discussion. I need to work on, getting this workshop together, honestly. Because I need to figure out what the next one is going to be. Maybe we shall do it maybe in 2 weeks. There's only now, right? There's no past, there's no future. So maybe I am only today years old. What is age anyway, y'all? What is age anyway? Grand Rising, good evening, whatever you want to say is cool with your boy. Whatever you want to say is cool with your boy. So I will give y'all a hint when it comes to my age, okay? I'm legal. That should narrow it down for you. That should narrow it down with you. What's up with people who lead with egos? Give me an example. Let's talk about that. Give me an example. Let's talk about it. Because I would challenge you and say most people do. But then I would also challenge you and I would say, what is wrong with that? Where does the issue lie? Someone who's in a level of seniority treating someone with a level of disrespect. Legal to do whatever. Legal. Girl, legal. Legal. How old is it to rent a car legally? 18, 21, 16? I'm legal. I'm just legal. Or thinking that they are better in general. Well, All right. First and foremost, okay, when we talk about other people's beliefs, first remember, we can't really talk about other people's beliefs. We can only talk about our perception of that person. Okay? We can only talk about our perception of that person. Somebody gonna pop in this chat and think I'm running a raffle or something and just start putting in random numbers. You're gonna say, man, what else? I know you're not trying to hear that, son, because you ask the same kind of questions though every time, and I say the same kinds of answers. Look, when we talk about, okay, people, quote unquote, treating you wrong, all right? They are treating you a certain way because it is a certain kind of belief that they have about you, whether it's whether it's their seniority or whatever. First of all you know is you don't like the way that they're treating you. Let me slow down to really make this point, because I actually like this question. All you know about the situation is that they're treating you in a way that you don't like. That's it. And so typically, instead of us choosing a version of them that treats us the way that we want, we start making up all these stories to validate it. We say they lead with their ego. We say they're in seniority and they don't like us. We start just painting this picture and this story of them instead of just understanding that your preference for something different is simply a choice for something different. It is the spirit of the divine trying to push you to what you want. So choose differently. You don't have to dwell in that story. You don't have to dwell in that story. I can't sit around, nor do I want to sit around and speculate why someone is doing something that I don't like. I simply go to the end of whatever. It was for an interview. I'd rather not even work somewhere that's unkind. How do you know it's unkind? Once again, that's your assumption, right? How do you know this person cannot change? How do you know you can't pull a different version of them from them? These are all assumptions. You're even judging the whole place by this one interview you had, right? These are all assumptions, all stories. We have the choice to cling to that or to simply tell the story that's more favorable towards what we want. Every situation, you can walk into every single place and create a heaven in there. You can walk into every single circumstance and create peace in there for you. Create absolute bliss in the environment for yourself because you are the center of reality. As you begin to really understand that, then these situations don't matter. You no longer sit around thinking, I don't want to work for a place where this person is like this and they're unkind and they leave from ego because they have a superiority complex. Think about that. That's an elaborate story that you're telling. A very, very elaborate story. But it's okay to walk away from egotism. Of course it is. Yeah, it's okay to walk away. I'm trying to get you to a bigger point, but yes, it's okay for you to walk away. Absolutely, it's okay for you to do whatever. What is right and wrong, right? You can stay in those. You can choose to because of this story that I'm telling, I can leave. Absolutely. I'm just pointing you towards a bigger truth. I want you to see it bigger than just that. Than just it's okay to walk away. Because you are more than that. What else y'all got? Anybody trade today? Anybody catch any of them 3 monster ass moves today in the market? I caught 2. I caught that fire ass put around, I don't know when it started. It was a fire put. I caught the top of the market. Inverse the fair value gap. It went down and cleared opening price. And I got out. Then at the end of the day, when I was looking, what I like to see, let me give y'all a little sauce, right? What I like to see at the end of the day is I like to see a clear run against the daily trend in the last hour, okay? And if you went to the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, you see nothing but green candles. The overall trend for the day was bearish. The market was down. And then the last like hour, the market got extremely bullish. It was running for that opening price or for the high of the day, basically, right? So you can mark out certain swing points in the day. And if it looks like the market is taking off aggressively against the overall trend at the end of the day, what I like to do is ride that trend all the way till close, right? And in fact, I'll tell y'all how crucial that trade was. I had ended up getting in the last 10 minutes. Matter of fact, the last two candles of the day, the last two 1 minute candles, last 2 minutes of the day, I had an SPX 0 DTE option. It went up like 300%. So 50 to 150, 50 to 150 bucks. But honestly, I'll catch a lot of those trades at the end of the day. Like if like the market has to, when I say clearly running, I'm saying like the market turned around, did not have any pullbacks. The market was simply running for a liquidity level in that last hour against the daily trend. And if you look at the market structure for today, if you go to the 1 minute chart, you simply see nothing but green candles. Just green candles on the last hour, just completely against the trend, just ripping against the trend. That's what I want to see. And if I see that, then I will ride that hoe all the way till the close, right? Because typically it'll kind of get there, it'll run and it'll slow down, and then the last 10 minutes is when it'll aggressively expand for a liquidity level. It is still risky. Of course, options trading period is risky, right? So this ain't no 100% type thing. It is risky, but if you have good risk management, you can get big gains. I get 1,000% gains all the time by riding that last move. Yeah, I don't trade forex. I don't trade forex pairs. I trade options. I don't trade futures. I don't trade forex pairs. I trade S&P 500, SPX, and SPY. But yeah, today was a cool day. Today was a cool day. I think so. The first, and I haven't traded in a while. Like I haven't found good moves, but today they were just extremely clean moves to me. Extremely clean. I trade really one strategy. I trade that end of the day strategy, but my primary strategy is I want to see consolidation overnight. London Asia session, I want to see consolidation. I want to see a clear high, clear low. Preferably, when I say swing high or swing low, I want to see like multiple touch points. Like I want to see what a retail trader would look at and say, oh, that is resistance or support. I want to see that. And then I want to see one of those areas get ran through. I want to see it aggressively get ran through. And then I want to see a market structure shift or a change in the state of delivery. And I want to see that hoe expand to the other side. Right? A very high reward to risk ratio. Right? Reward to risk ratio. Okay. I learned how to, where did I learn how to trade? YouTube University. But I trade ICT concepts. ICT, the inner circle trader, I trade him. Why I trade him? You can trade whatever strategy you want and you can make money. Trust me. But I trade him because it gives me narrative on the market, how the market moves, the direction of it, why the market does certain things at certain times, what to look for, when to stay out the market, etc. Right? So it's just, I like ICT because it's a holistic view of the market. And that motherfucker is just so cold. He is so good. So I trade ICT concepts. Literally ICT, the letter C, the letter T. But I will tell you, right? If you're going to get into ICT, you're going to be doing some damn homework. It's not like support and resistance shit where it's just like, or break and retest, things like that, right? It's just, it's in depth. The first thing I did was on YouTube. All of this stuff is free. It's on YouTube. There is a playlist called the ICT, I, letter I, C as in cat, T as in trader, I, inner circle trader, right? It's called the 2022 mentorship. I think it's like 30 or 40 videos. Went through all of them over, just took notes, back tested for years, plural, right? To get my strategy down. And that was it. That was a wrap. Of course, that back testing of years, I did that quickly because I didn't do anything but eat, sleep, and breathe the market for a long time. And that was it, right? But now I watch all of his mentorships. And he's starting a new one this year, like on the 15th of September. Well, he'll like live stream sometimes. He might not this time. I think he'll just probably do it after the market. But he would just live stream. And he would just go in the market and he'll show you what was going on. Like, look at this. And he'll give you lessons based on what the market is doing. Right? So, I like him. But my dog is opinionated. He'll go on a rant and he'll say a whole bunch of shit. And he'll talk for 30, 45 minutes. And then he'll drop a fucking absolute gem. And you'll be like, what the fuck? And then he'll just keep going and ranting, right? So sometimes you have to, which I think he does intentionally. I believe that he does that shit intentionally. To make you, to see it. Because he talks about everything. He talks about psychology. He talks about all kinds of stuff. So before I really got into ICT, I was just somewhat, right? Yeah, some people call him a fraud, right? But that's your opinion. Shit, he's made me hey, with his stuff. I've made Farad. I don't know who Farad is. Farad. Oh, Farad. I know who you're talking about. Fuck. I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about. He's called. I mean, there's a lot of cold traders. Not master investor. Wall Street Trapper. Wall Street Trapper's cool. Here's the thing, though. Okay, here's the thing. No, I think all traders, we have our opinions on what's good and what isn't good trading. We all have our own perspectives on what good trading consists of to you or to other people. If you're profitable, you're profitable, right? Me personally, I don't like people. I can't get on a strategy that I'm having these big losses. Like, I don't want to win 100 and then lose 75. Or like, I want to win 100 and lose 15. So it was, how do I look at the market in a way that gives me proper risk to reward? And ICT strategies did that for me. Now, I can do that with other things. I'm sure I could find that with other things. But the model that I put together that works for me, right? Because I don't want to sit, like, I want a higher win, well, not, of course, we all want a high win rate, but I want a high risk to reward. That way I don't have to micromanage every trade. I don't want my prosperity to be tied to any one trade. I know that even if I lose a couple, I can fucking make all of that back quickly today. Right? But the beautiful thing is that it feels like a lot more people are starting to get into the markets these days. A lot more people are starting to get into the market, which is cool. But also then you start looking at the statistics of how much money is lost in the market. My goodness. I was that statistic before. Matter of fact, let's look it up. Most retail traders, particularly day traders and forex traders, lose money annually, with studies finding that 95 to 97% of day traders and 90% of forex traders end up with negative returns. Around 1% achieve long-term profitability. I want the actual numbers though. Which is crazy because if you think about this, if you start breaking it down logically and you're like, hey, but I mean, the market's either going to go up or down. How the fuck are 90% of people losing? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Until I got in that shit and the market started beating me over the fucking head. Said, how much money do traders use per year? It's not saying the actual numbers. How much money is lost in the stock market by traders? Okay, he's still not giving me what I want. Damn, anybody else got a better Google search than this? God damn. Yeah, of course it's intentional. The market is heavily manipulated. It runs off an algorithm. It's definitely intended. That's why it's so good to go. Sometimes it's good to be like, all right, what would the average person do? Let me do the opposite. Like the other day when we just woke up and the market was just down. I was like, there's no way that I'm getting in the market for shorts. Of course, right? The market peaks down a little bit and then consolidates and pops up higher, right? It's just to trap people, to get people to try to chase. The market manipulates. It shows you something. And then it goes the other fucking way. And it rips that way in a way that fucks you over, right? It's just what the market does, the nature of it. It is the absolute nature of the market. What up?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Just getting away for this month. Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you perfect, but I didn't understand what you said, but I hear you. You said just what? I got you. Doing a prep for a customer. I got you, girl. Whew.
Yeah, it was about the person who was asking about the boss and how they perceive them.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like off of that story.
Yeah.
I don't know, this is probably my success story. I was dealing with this lawyer, and she's the lawyer for my kids in the whole divorce case.
Mm-hmm.
And she has all these years of like superiority under her belt, and everybody says, oh, it's the BIA, so she's like a big bad wolf. Whatever she says goes.
Okay.
If she makes a mistake, like, you can't correct her. And this lady made so many mistakes on the reports about my kids. Like, if I said to her something happened in 2023, she was just like, put like random dates and random events. It was just so horrible. And me being the dragon that I am was like, I don't give a fuck if you're the BIA. Like, you're gonna fix this shit. And so she's like, if she can't run her meeting, she's just gonna pretty much take away my kids.
Okay.
What she was gonna say. So I'm like, all right, let's see, because everybody has a boss, so I kind of know there's a process to go through. I don't care what it is, I'm a fight. And so the whole divorce case, like, it was just me against her, like fire versus fire.
Okay.
And it was getting so bad that I was like, I could not figure out, like, why is it that she just came in and off the bat didn't like me? I was just like making up stories and saying she doesn't like me because that's where I'm from.
Yeah.
Or just like, you know, she's choosing and I kind of stepped on her corn. So she was pissed, and everybody was like, you're gonna get yourself in so much trouble because you keep pissing her off, not understanding that she kind of runs the show. And I just could not figure out why she didn't like me,
Yeah.
and I just dropped the story pretty much. I was like, okay, clearly this person sitting in front of me is trying to teach me a lesson. Is it a lesson of like, power? Like you should not mess with someone in a higher power than you, or is it just like a manifestation of yourself? Because I struggled too with the ego problem she had, wherein if I know what I know, you couldn't tell me anything. And so I was like, if I keep going on this path of like being like a know-it-all, then you're gonna be one of those people who you don't take corrections, or people don't like to like steer you because they think you'll argue or fight back.
Yeah.
And I just took a look at her and just realized that she's just me if I don't change one of my behaviors that I don't like and other people don't like.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of like my way of like stepping back, like looking at her as myself if I didn't change my flaws and remove anything else from it, like the mindset that she's targeting me or she doesn't like me. And that meeting, instead of going in there ready to argue, I was just like super nice. I pretty much said to myself, I'm taking her on a date because she came over to my apartment for the meeting.
Yeah.
So I set my apartment up nice as if I'm like taking somebody out.
I know.
Just pretty much woo her socks off. I was just complimenting her. Oh, your glass is so nice. Oh my God, I love the way you say that. Like, have you seen the dance so beautiful? Like, I was just I was really nice to her, and she was questioning like, did I hate this person all along? And what changed was me, like my perception of her changed, and also like my attitude towards her changed, and everybody was surprised. The meeting was horrible. Like my lawyer even did something wrong that she was like swearing up and down she would put in the report. And her last report pretty much came back like nothing happened. She's just like, oh, we just had a chill little meeting and everything was fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helped the person who asked the question about like people who you see on a day-to-day basis that give you a certain type of vibe. Sometimes it's an underlying thing with you that you are supposed to pay attention to, and also like changing the way you react to these people too, because sometimes they want the reaction that you give them, so it can feed that like fuel sometimes. So I don't know if that would help somebody.
I would go a step further. I'm gonna say it's beyond sometimes. It's all the time. It's always something within our perception or within our consciousness that we can address in that situation, because everybody is just us, right? No one is the exception to that rule. I don't think Serena's on anymore. I think she has said good night. But that, yeah, but that's still that's a perfect example. This is an absolute perfect example, because all it required was for you to drop that story of who you were, to begin to truly say, oh, you know what, I can change this, but let me just be this way to her. Let me drop that old story. Let me do these things, and voila, magic, right? Even in the midst of things falling apart, you're a person not filling out the report, right? It was still that knowing that, okay, it's all me. You are the miracle. It's the realization that you are the miracle that really makes everything work out.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly that.
Wonderful. Yeah. I love it. Beautiful. What else you got in mind today, man?
I have a coaching session with you tomorrow that I'm nervous about.
You have a what?
A coaching session with you tomorrow that I'm nervous about.
Okay, gotcha. Let me see. You're the 8:30.
No, I'm not gonna tell you. Seeing that you have us here guessing stuff, I'm not gonna tell you. We're winning claps and stuff.
All right, I'll be ready. Did you leave notes on it?
I'm not telling you.
Don't worry. We're going to figure this out right now. We're going to figure this out right now. I think I only have two tomorrow.
You don't have
Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't have 3 tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, and the plot thickens. Me. Which one is me?
I already know who you are.
You do?
Yeah.
How?
Because I already know the other 2 clients. They're repeat clients.
Okay, that was easy. That's fine.
It was. But I can't see if you left something. A note.
No, I didn't even know. I didn't know what to write because, yeah, I just didn't know. I just wanted to see if you can, like, help hold me accountable.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure can. Sure can. I for sure can. But you can as well.
Today, I'm like, I want to come to your coaching session, and it sounds like you're teaching for nothing.
Hold up, what?
You know how you come on the line and you pour out everything?
Yeah.
I just find it like we should be ready for your coaching sessions, like good students.
You should, but we'll see. But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
I think I'm a little softer in public.
You are? I was there thinking, all right, maybe at the one-on-one session, he's not going to be so spicy because you are spicy. I'm like, yeah, you really get us together.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess. You're right. No, I'm cool.
So in the coaching session, you are tougher.
Yeah, but also there's more things involved, right? Like you'll get a personal plan. If you need affirmations, we'll create that as well. So there's it's just more pointed.
Okay.
Especially if
Please
there's
take
multiple.
time with me.
What's up? What'd you say?
I said, please take your time with me.
Yeah, I got you. Especially if there are multiple sessions, the first one I'm typically, more empathetic. The second and third ones, if we got to get to a second and third, your boy, I'm being, because I really want y'all to be one and done. If we get to the second one, I'm like, all right, we're saying the same shit. Now I'm gonna have to say it in a different way. Look, sit your ass down. All right, hear what I'm saying.
Okay.
No,
I get that.
yeah, I got you.
Because I'm like that too. Like, I'll be nice the first time, and then after that, I'm not nice.
Yeah, it's all out of love, though. It's all out of love.
I know.
It's because sometimes all the times the limitations are very easy to see. Y'all can tell. You're on here when I'm doing this live, right? The limitations, we can spot them out. But for some reason, when it comes to us, it can be a little bit more challenging, right? Because we tend to think, oh, it's them, not me. It's them with the beliefs, right? And we see it all the time. People are like, yeah, I heard you. You said it, but that makes sense now. Right? I don't say anything new when I'm talking to anybody one-on-one, and I say in the sessions. I've said, I don't know how many videos I have on YouTube now. Probably about 700. About 700 videos. Hey,
You have a lot of videos.
you know what I'm saying?
They just pop up every day.
Yeah, I just throw them out there. We do a live about every day. I do 3-4 shorts a day. So I have a lot of content out there. So sometimes you just need a personalized approach, which is cool.
You know which one I like? You did one the other day. A letter from your future self. Or
Yeah.
manifesting self.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one I screen recorded and have it looping.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because I was in my head. I couldn't write. I was like, oh, this is such a horrible day. And then that popped up when I went on YouTube. I took a break, and I was like, this is what I needed. So I was on fire. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I like
so,
that
yeah, I
one.
like that.
Let me see if I can find that one. Do y'all remember what day I did that one?
The day.
Oh, I know what it was. I already know. Yeah, you have been waiting for signs of. Yeah, when I feel. No, this wasn't it. I know which one it was. It's somewhere in here. I appreciate you.
The intuition question.
Oh, what was it? Let me see. What is intuition for me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can like my own lie.
You didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. I didn't know that either.
Yeah. What is intuition to me? Intuition is the guidance system that directs me to who I really am, right? It is the opposite of the guidance system that leads you to fear or anxiety or chaos or pain. And I was to give you advice again, and you ignored it. And I was able to give you advice again. Eventually, I would give you less, right? Or eventually you would just drown out the sound. You would drown out the noise, right? So intuition is this beautiful guidance system that constantly pushes us towards where we want to go. It is something that when we are living in the world for a long time, we do have to cultivate. Or not even cultivate in terms of create, but we have to reconnect with it. We can do that in multiple ways. You can do that by being in nature. You can do that with art. You can do that by focusing on flow state in life. You can do that with meditation. You can do that with eating and being more aware of your body and when it tells you to stop eating those cookies and actually doing it, right? But the more that you start to listen to this guidance system, the better you get at hearing it, right? So it's really, in this intuition, we often think of intuition when it comes to like significant others. But I gave this example of food because you have intuition that tells you to stop eating as well. You have intuition that's like, you know what, maybe you shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you shouldn't eat that spicy wing because the last time you did it, right, you were on the toilet at 4 a.m. and it wasn't fun. You do have this thing that pushes you towards what you should do and where you want to go, right? It says, you know what, maybe right now it's time for you to edit. Or maybe it's time for you to step out and show yourself to the world and make content or do whatever the case may be, right? But how often do we pay attention to that voice? Is that a voice that we embrace, or is that a voice that we begin to suppress and say, oh no, I can't do that because what about what people think, and you know what I'm saying, I'm not ready yet and I don't have a camera and yada yada yada. How often do you listen to that voice of intuition, right? Or do you make excuses? Do you argue for your limitations and argue for your excuses? So that's how I would define it. On a base level, I would just say that voice within you that leads you to where you want to be.
Yeah, because today I was asking that same question. Well, not asking. I was just noticing that my intuition would tell me to do something, and then I do it, and then you have to wait because time. And while waiting, the people comes in and kind of like steals stuff, like tell you, oh, that was stupid, or you shouldn't have done it this way, or just like kind of go against your intuition. And that's that logic you developed over time by using things we've seen over the years of this is what happens when I do this. Kind of like the stories we tell ourselves.
Yeah.
And the intuition is like it's deep in your knowing.
Yeah.
Or it requires faith actually. So like just trusting yourself that you got it or you made the right choice. And usually it works out.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? No matter what you do, trusting that you made the right choice. So even that, right, kind of leads me to even a different point when it comes to intuition is, now, how do you differentiate intuition and aligned action, inspired action, right? Because we've talked about what inspired action is, and inspired action is any action that you take in the knowing, from the knowing of who you are. So when it comes to following quote unquote inspired action or aligned action versus your intuition, what is the difference, y'all? What do y'all think the difference is?
The difference? Inspired action versus your intuition.
I'm asking this for a specific reason.
Me or everybody?
Huh?
Me or everyone?
So you and everyone. What you mean you or everyone? You and everyone, girl.
Inspired action.
Is there a difference?
I think it's the same though. Isn't it?
It
But
could
one
be.
is kind of more fairy tale-y. Intuition.
Is it?
The other one is kind of more like, this is who I am. Like for me, like I'm very open and caring, so I kind of work from that space. And some people like it, some people don't. So I kind of like not change me because of how they react. And that's what, or like I'm going for a certain goal, depending on what the situation is, I kind of go to it. Is that inspired? That's inspired.
You're fading out.
Oh, can you hear me?
You just sound far away. Like your phone is at the end of the hallway. You screaming.
I'm not sure what. Maybe
Was it me? Did I turn the volume down or something? I can hear you fine though. It's cool.
you can hear me?
Yeah.
When did you hear my answer?
A little bit. Oh well, my phone died. I would love to charge it up, but your boy is tired. He's tired. But even to wrap that point up about inspired action versus alignment or intuition versus inspired action, the challenge is, why I'm asking that question is to continue to reiterate all of these different definitions that we all have of these different things. What is right? What is wrong? What is intuition? What is inspired action? When are you following them? Yada, yada, all of these rules. But who from the outside can truly define your intuition for you? You are the one who defines it. Who can truly define inspired action? I will constantly say, well, it's whatever you do from the knowing that you are source. But even that leaves a little bit up to your interpretation, I suppose. Right? So we're always constantly kind of looking outside of us for our answers, trying to figure it out. Bottom line is that when you understand that you are always moving in alignment, things will always work out. Point blank, period. You're always moving in alignment. Everything is always working out for you. That's it. Right? But let me end it right there. I'm gonna go brush my teeth, man. Take a shower. Go to bed. Get ready for the market tomorrow. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all always, man. I appreciate these discussions, the expansion. And until next time, I'll be on tomorrow for sure. We'll probably be on every day for a while. Probably knock out several live streams this weekend. But yeah, if y'all have any topics, hit me up. If y'all want to be in that Telegram channel for any members, hit me up. Okay? Hit me up and I'll add you to it. All right? Y'all have a beautiful